All right, this time we're going to resume the meeting of October 15th, 2018. Councilmember Lenore, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Yes. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. Roll call, please.
Vice Mayor Solari Elena.
Present.
Mayor Velasquez.
Here.
Councilmember Clower.
Here.
Councilmember Lenore.
Present.
City Manager Avera.
Present.
City Attorney Epperson.
Present.
Chief of Police Westrick.
Here.
And the record will show Councilmember Gillio is absent. The amended agenda for the City of Hollister City Council meeting of October 15th, 2018 was posted on the bulletin board on October 11th, 2018 at 9:45 a.m. per Government Code Section 54954.2.
Thank you. City Attorney, do you want to report out from closed session?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The City Council adjourned into closed session at 6:02 p.m. and they discussed in closed session items 1 through 5 as appearing on the agenda. Those were items number 1, conference with legal counsel pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9A, existing litigation, and then 2 through 5, which were discussed in closed session pursuant to California Government Code Section 54957B1, regarding public employment of the Administrative Services Director, the Police Chief, the Management Services Director, and the Fire Chief. On both of those items, City Council discussed them in closed session and gave direction to staff, and the City Council adjourned from closed session at 8:20 p.m.
Thank you.
Was that 6:20?
Excuse me, what did I say? 8:20. My mistake. Yes, 6:20 p.m. Thank you.
Let's hope we do tonight.
Yes.
8:20. Goal. Let's set the goals here. All right, we're going to move forward to the next item. We have a legislative update from our assembly person, Ms. Ana Cabrera. Welcome. Oh, I'm sorry. Well, hang on for a second. I skipped over a very important part here. We're doing the oath of office for our new council member, Carol Lenore. Want to
Okay.
step on down?
Be over here.
Sorry. Right on down.
Okay.
Raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Carol Lenore,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies,
against all enemies,
foreign and domestic,
foreign and domestic.
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservations
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will,
and that I will
well and faithfully,
well and faithfully
discharge the duties
discharge the duties
upon which I am about to enter.
upon which I'm about to enter.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you, Carson. Do you think I could have a moment?
Absolutely.
Okay. I just prepared something short because I'd like to introduce myself. I won't keep people's waiting. Okay, this was mine. Okay. Okay, just a real quick little thing here. Good evening. I realize that I'm an appointed official and I did not have the opportunity to introduce myself. Who is Carol Lenore? I am a 61-year-old native. I have lived here my entire life. I am married to Brian Lenore Sr., and I have 2 sons, Brian and Jr. and Richard. I am a 3rd-generation civil servant here in San Benito County. I worked for the county and city for 34 years, mainly in planning, including 5 years at the City Corporation Yard. I have resided downtown for a good portion of my life. I have not moved far from where I used to play as a youth. I retired in 2010. In 2012, I was asked to consider applying for an open seat on the Planning Commission. I have served harmoniously for the last 6 years on the Planning Commission. I've had a good rapport with my co-commissioners and the public that have come before me at meetings. I always strive to be honest and hardworking. I come to meetings prepared with an open mind. I highly respect the public process, having worked in it for so long. I have an open door policy. While I do not utilize social media, I am very accessible by phone. I actually still have a phone number with a landline. Please feel free to call me at 637-8588. I'm also available by email, carol.lenore@hollister.ca.gov. I check my email throughout the day and will respond accordingly. Of course, I am always available through the public meeting process. I was recently watching a show on the television, and I picked up on some very inspiring words. What it said was, let us try to build each other up. We should never lose sight of common humanity, values, and decency. Let us find the beauty in our differences instead of the fear. Let us listen to one another instead of reacting, and let us reach out instead of recoiling. I am reaching out to all of you. In closing, I wanted to state that I'm hoping to inspire your respect. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, now we're going to hear from our Assembly member, Ms. Caballero.
Thank you very much. Well, congratulations to the newly minted council member.
Thank
I'm
you.
impressed by your words, and it's always great to have someone who has planning experience on the council. So
Thank
I
you.
look forward to more conversations with you about plans for development in Hollister. It's always good to be back. I had a law office here for 20 years and right up the street, and so it's always great to be able to come back and say hi to people that I worked with. So let me start off by saying I have a very short presentation. I just want to talk to you a little bit about the state budget, things you can expect in terms of resources so that you can be prepared, and then some of the areas that I've been working on over the past couple of years. The state budget, as you know, was passed in June and it started on July 1st. The budget is a $201 billion budget. It's the biggest California budget, state budget in California's history. It's a good economy. I went to work for Governor Brown at the point when there was a $26 billion deficit, and the governor, I think, has worked really hard at trying to get the economy going and also make cuts in government at the highest level, because I was involved in some of those, and so I'm real proud of the work that he did. But there are a number of things that are important to note. One is that California has a recession like clockwork every 7 or 8 years. And one of the reasons I ended up going to Sacramento was because I was tired of the state coming and taking local government resources at a time when everybody's suffering. All of our communities are blue-collar communities. We never have enough money for all the services that we need. And to have the state coming in and taking money at the time that everybody's in a recession is very difficult. So one of the things we were able to do this year is to convince the governor to establish one of the biggest reserves that the state has ever had. The purpose for that is to weather a downturn in the economy. We are now past the 8 years. We're going into year number 9. And again, the economy still looks pretty solid, but the recession will come. And our budget reserve is $16 billion, which will weather a moderate budget recession. So that's really important, because that means that we'll be able to continue funding services at the level, and we don't have to make any drastic cuts. Two things that the state prioritized for funding. One was education. We are spending a little over $16,000 per pupil statewide, and that's the highest that we've ever spent. And we've given the schools the flexibility to be able to use that money the way that they need to. And I think we're going to see some good results of that. Number two is the federal government has been trying to eliminate the health care provisions of the ACA or Obamacare. California has worked really hard to implement it because we understand that people either get a health insurance card or else they end up in the emergency room. And one way or another, we pay for their services. And to force them into emergency rooms, we pay a lot more, a lot less service because emergency rooms are not primary health care serving institutions. And so we're trying to drive people into the clinics and to get their health care, to really do preventative health care. So we... unlike the federal government, we've been picking up the pieces that that they've been kind of jettisoning, the mandatory health care coverage, the pre-existing conditions, those kinds of things. And so we've put money into health care, and we want to make sure that we continue to do that because we believe there are long-term savings in that if we do it right. So education and health care were the two areas that we put resources. Beyond that, it's a pretty conservative budget. Another issue that is on the ballot this year and that is really important to our community is the SB1 funds. The voters will decide whether those funds continue to be collected. But I'm proud to say that I checked in with the cities and the counties in this region, and they were absolutely supportive of it. The reason is these are safety issues. They're bridges, they're roadways, they're potholes. There's the things that we need to fix. And to Hollister, you will receive $1.5 million on an annual basis to be able to do whatever you want to improve your roadways. And that's really important. I don't know about you, but there have been times when I've been driving around, and I've been doing a lot of driving lately, where the potholes are so bad you can feel them as you're driving. Those are the kinds of things that end up affecting your tires, the balance in your vehicle, and ultimately affect the safety of the driving public, and you've seen that public safety has been 100% behind this particular fee, and it also provides us an opportunity not to have to make major repairs on our vehicles, which obviously costs us all a lot of money. The county will get over $5 million, and so this is really important. It's an important resource. It's constitutionally protected, so it can't be used for any other purpose. And the American Road and Transportation Builders Association, in a recent economic study, said that this will create or support more than 600,000 jobs in the state of California. And so that's jobs, economic engine, and public safety are all really, really important. The other thing, and I want to really congratulate San Benito County, and I know Hollister is part of this project, is the state of California put together a special fund for the homeless. We've dedicated $500 million to it's 18 month to 24 months. It's got to be spent or else you lose it. To each continuum of care in each county. And we made sure that the cities are part of the partnership that will receive this money. The purpose of the money is for the continuum of care to come up with plans to get people out of homelessness. This is not to be able to give them more tents and socks. Those are all well-meaning efforts, but frankly, we got to do something much more humane, which is to get them off the street, to help them with mental health services, with drug and alcohol services, make sure veterans are off immediately, families with children, and the idea is to reduce homelessness. San Benito County has done a great job at putting together a plan. I've seen it, and it's got a component that also includes putting people to work, which is really what they need. And I say that because Monterey County is really struggling, and it's a Monterey County, San Benito County partnership. It's estimated about $12 million will be coming to this region. It's a significant amount of money. None of us have that money in our budgets, and frankly, the cities and counties have been spending money anyway because you got to do something, and whatever we do has not been enough because our numbers have gone up. And so congratulations. I was trying in the budget to get money specifically for the facility here in Hollister, and this was the solution, was to work through the continuum of care. And so I have some high expectations. The real point of these funds is that there's some really good practices out there that other communities are doing, and quite frankly, there's some really bad practices that has resulted in diseases. Some very serious diseases being contracted by the homeless that are then getting transmitted to the rest of the population. And the only way we're going to get control out of this is if we really try to do everything we can. And so I want to see numbers get reduced, because we can put more money into it after this program is done. But if we can't show success, then it's hard to keep funding something that just isn't going to get the job done. So I want to encourage you to be really active in the continuum of care, and to really try to figure out what are the pieces that need to come together to be able to make this really work. So real quickly, one of the things that when I got elected, one of the things that I heard as I got re-engaged in talking to communities about what's going on in their area, is I heard over and over that people were concerned that the rural communities were falling further and further behind economically the rest of the state. So I got a select committee on economic development in rural California, thinking what I was going to look at was tourism, frankly, and what it ended up is that what's really hurting us is the lack of broadband access, in particular in some of our rural areas. And what that means is that kids can't study, they can't do their homework online. It means that businesses don't have access, and it means that the new technology that is being deployed on farms is not able to be used on some farms, whether it's drip irrigation or pesticide management through the drip, or other environmental things like testing the soil for when you need to actually water. It ends up that we need to do everything possible to be able to make those connections. And so I've been working on that, and more on that later, because what I found is that because of the lack of workforce, that more and more of the ag companies are using technology to be able to do their processes, whether it's to harvest, whether it's to plant, whether it's to drip irrigate. And what that means is we're going to need the trained workforce. And I'm really proud of this region, because we've been in the forefront of getting kids ready for vocational education programs. And San Benito High has done a tremendous job with their new vocational ed career facility. They're ready to go, and they're doing a dual program with Gavilan, and I think that's tremendously important. And this access to the internet is going to be critically important for the students to be able to deploy those kind of resources. So one of the things I want to let you know is we've been pretty active here in San Benito County, and in Hollister in particular. I want to thank the city for the use of office space, because it makes it possible for us to send staff here and hold office hours. And that's been terrifically important. You've always been great, so thank you for that. We'll continue to do that. Also, I was able to get an AG opinion on the 4th Street multi-use project, which I think is I'm real proud of that as well. You guys have done a really good job, and also have. We did a Young Legislators program here as well. One of the benefits of doing the Young Legislators program is you get to train young people in government and how it works. And we were able to take the students from Hollister to Sacramento, and it's really hard to take students to Sacramento. It's really expensive. Thank you to the city for partnering with us, and we took them to Sacramento, and they got an opportunity to tour the Capitol, to meet a number of legislators, and then to be able to argue a bill in one of the committee rooms. And they did a terrific job. So congratulations to Hollister for participating in that program. And I'm pleased and proud of that one. Because I think that the more that we can get young people involved in learning about government, the better it is. I think what I'm going to do is end there and see if you have any questions. The kinds of things that I worked on because of the concern that people had in regards to falling economically further behind. What people are saying is the poor are getting poorer, and the challenge is to try to figure out how to be able to put more money in people's pockets. So I worked on an earned income tax credit. One of the things that the governor has insisted on, and we'll see whether the new governor is any different, is that you can have a good bill idea, but if you didn't get it in the budget in July, then it doesn't end up. He vetoes them when August comes around. And the challenge with that, it doesn't line up with the legislative calendar. So I was able to get an increase in the earned income tax credit. What that means is that that if you earn under a certain limit, you get money back. And it was very low. It was $18,000. We got it up to $25,000. So if you're working full time, or if you're working and you don't earn more than $25,000 in a year, you get money back. And all the studies show that children do better in those families with that earned income tax credit, which is really interesting. I also found out that if you're in the military or if you're a foster child and you have moved a lot, you only have to satisfy the state requirements to graduate from high school. If the high school requires more, you don't have to comply with it because it's too difficult for you. I didn't realize migrant ed students they weren't included, and so I have the bill that includes migrant ed students. Why would we not let them live under the same requirements? Also, the state has had a rule in our migrant centers that at the end of the season, you have to leave, and you have to go at least 50 miles away. Well, the end of the season is October, November, which means it's right in the middle of a school year. So the children that have been living in these OMS centers are not finishing high school because they have to move, and they've moved multiple times. We changed that rule, and we allow families with students to be able to live. Why would we keep housing vacant for 4 months when we have such a dire housing crisis? Those are the kinds of things I've been working on, most of it having to do with helping people to survive economically, and I'm very proud of some of that work. Early childhood education. This region was returning $2.5 million every year because we couldn't match up the children with the vacancies. And we were able to create a innovative pilot program so that every slot can be used here locally. You know that early childhood education is a violence prevention strategy. The more that we can get kids into preschool, the less risky behavior they are involved in later because they learn and they're ready and they're prepared for school. So those are the kinds of things that really help our communities and help our families to be able to be successful. And so proud to be able to do that kind of work. So I'll end there and see if you have any questions. If not, I thank you for the opportunity to be here today. It's always a pleasure to be here.
Thank you very much. Is there any questions from council? Councilman or Vice Mayor Luna?
Yes, Assemblymember Caballero. I know that we owe you so much for being such a trailblazer for affordable housing in San Benito County and the city of Hollister. And sometimes these projects could not be possible if we don't have the support of our legislators in Sacramento. And I know you have been there for us. So personally, and I really want to thank you for that because we are seeing new projects here in our community now in the city that will be able to accommodate a lot of our residents that are living together and sharing homes at this time because of need. But now with these affordable apartments that are here, I know we couldn't have done it without you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Thank you very much. Did you have a question?
I would just like to comment that it's very, very heartwarming that you look after us so well, and you always have. And it's thank you for bringing this good news. It really helps me be supportive of everything. And you've always worked so hard for us, and I wish you continued success.
Thank you very much.
Your success certainly has a bearing on us.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And there will be, apart from the homeless money, there's a bond, and there will be housing money available as well. That is not necessarily for homeless. There's farm worker housing, senior housing. So more on that later.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for coming out tonight.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right, we're going to move next to the Employee Service Awards.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to go first. I have one service award to present tonight. A city manager must ensure that the relationship with police chiefs are strong, respectful, and mutually supportive. All of our departments here in the city are extremely important, but there tends to be a little bit more at stake when we're talking about the police department. Obviously, they can get us in a little bit more trouble than most. Police chiefs is an extremely powerful, visible, and respected public figure, and less likely to take direction from a city manager. That's simply not Dave. Some of my colleagues have gone head-to-head with chiefs over budget and labor issues, etc., but Dave's never done that to me. Dave is, however, the only chief that I know that can walk into a budget meeting with council asking for $6 million and walk away with $7 million. Myself and the chief, we must share similar visions and values for the police department and must understand each other's perspectives and support one another. Again, Dave has always done that. We need to ensure that our police officers are properly recruited, hired, they're a representative of the community that they serve, they're trained, they're equipped, they're supervised, motivated, sometimes disciplined, and supported because they do some of the most demanding work for our community. Over the past 5 years, I can't tell you how much I appreciate what Dave has done for me and our community. I've spoken to other chiefs in our region, and they all agree that Dave has a unique skill set that many do not. Selfies excluded. Pause for applause. Okay, never mind. Dave, thank you for your service, not only to the city, but all the clubs and organizations you work with. I appreciate it. I know the city council appreciate it. I assume your 2,444 followers on IG appreciate it. And hopefully the citizens of Hollister appreciate it as well, except for those that you've put in on vacation. So here's.
You're awesome, Dave.
15 years in the city of Hollister.
I forgot to mention 15 years.
Yeah, 15 years. Wow, honestly, it does feel like it was yesterday. It's been a pleasure working for the city. Hope to continue to work for the city. You never know. I do enjoy serving and living in this community, and it's been a pleasure and an honor to work with the men and women of my agency in this city. That I'd like to. Can I go now? Yeah. Okay, cool.
You need to do a selfie first.
No selfies. The next person I'd like to honor would be Captain Carlos Reynoso, Juan Carlos. He's been an employee for 20 years in the city of Hollister. And the unique thing about Carlos is that, is he here? Oh, there he is.
He was here.
Yeah, I saw him. Come on up here, Carlos. Was that Carlos was actually my first boss when I came here. And we developed a really good relationship right off the get-go. We've been sort of on and off as far as boss and not my boss, and for the last 15 years or so, and it's been really a pleasure. His career spans from he got hired here about 20 years ago. He worked a little bit in patrol. He worked at UNET. Then he was a sergeant. After that, after worked a little bit of patrol after that. Then he got stuck in detectives for a while, which was, none of us like to do that for a while. He was only there for a few months. He promoted out of that and became a captain. And he's been a captain for a while. And I got to tell you, he's one of the guys that really is the glue for the agency and is probably the most hardworking, highest integrity person that I know. And congratulations on 20 years.
Chief Westbrook told me to keep the speech down to 15 minutes. So I'm just kidding. I know it's a long agenda. Thank you very much for the recognition. It's my pleasure to serve this community. It's always been an honor. Only thing that's changed in 20 years is the loss of my hair and I gained some weight. But I'm still every day proud of the department that we have and the city that we serve. So thank you.
Thank you.
The next employee is Officer Juan Guevara. Juan? So Juan was actually the first officer I hired as police chief. In fact, actually, he was hired one day before I was actually sworn in, but I'm not going to hold that against him. So we're on the 1st of September, right? Yeah. Yeah, around there. So Juan had previous experience in Oakland, but for us, he's been a patrol officer and also worked, 3 years at the school? 3 years at the high school. Is back from the high school. Is assigned to gangs, but actually is on patrol right now, right? So Juan's a hard worker, very much a self-starter, high integrity guy. The people that worked with him in high school didn't want to give him up. They actually told me really were trying to rally me to keep him there, but his time was up that time. But he's been a great employee, and I expect a lot of things out of this kid. He's only been here 5 years, but I think he'll be here a long time. He's a kid that actually graduated from the high school here in town, so it's great to hire locals. I love it. Congratulations on 5 years.
I just want to say thank you to everybody. These last 5 years have been the most fulfilling years of my life. And there's something to be said about officers that can be hired that are from the city. These calls that we get, they're not just reporting parties. They're not just people who are incidents. It's the neighbor that you see walking the dog. It's the teacher from that one school. So I mean, it's huge. It's been super rewarding, and I hope that we can get more officers that are local because it makes a huge difference in our community. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I have the pleasure of giving a 20-year pin for 20 years worth of service. Anna, everybody knows her as Dee. Yeah. She's the first one that you see at the city when you're starting to work. That was the same thing for myself. I know you're thinking 10 years ago she might have made a mistake by letting me get through the process, but I do appreciate her being also the face that I started to see when I started through my background and medical and everything like that. But like I say, you see her every year when she helps you take care of your family or yourself or your insurance needs, additional insurance. She spends the time, and to a point, she's been doing most of the HR work by her single-handedly. I thank the council for finally giving her some help the last couple of years for somebody to let her grow a little bit more. She's in the 10 years that I've been here, I've seen her really blossom and makes my job easier that she works with the employees. Big thing with HR, I always say you have to take care of the city, plus you got to take care of the employee, and that's a very fine line, and she does that excellently. She always gets compliment from staff. They all feel comfortable talking to her. Very dedicated employee. In fact, her family's very dedicated. Her mom's been a council member. Her husband is a city engineer. Her daughter works for the fire department. Her son's very good to get ready because they need to start working at the city too. But I really appreciate everything you do for me to help me get me through, because HR can be really enjoyable, but there's some very difficult times, and she's been very helpful with me with the difficult times, and I really appreciate everything you do.
All right, Dee. You're awesome, Mama.
Thank you. I just want to say it's been an honor and a privilege to work for the city for 20 years, and I think what has made it amazing was the staff, and I've seen a lot come and go. So the staff is what makes it fun. Mm-hmm. So, and those unbearable times bearable. So, Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Dee.
Thank you.
Billy.
You're turned over. Good evening. I've had the privilege to do service awards for the Management Services Department today. Francisco. He walked out.
Fake.
Frank has worked for the city of Hollister since 1998. He's a very well-rounded employee. He has been in the Parks Department, Street Department, Storm Division. He one time was making sure the town stayed clean. He was a street driver, and that's that's a job not for everybody. So, I commend you for that. Frank and I are coworkers. I think I look at everybody as my coworker, and I'm very proud to have Frank as a coworker. We started in the street department together, and it doesn't seem like it's been 20 years. That's what Frank's here for today, to get his 20-year pin. So, congratulations, Frank. Thanks.
It's been my pleasure working for the city of Hollister, and I hope to retire right here, my town. Thank you.
Thank you, Francisco.
So there was a total of 6 people from the Community Services Department today. Frank was the only one that came. I would like to do a shout-out for Benjamin Cazares, Felix Sevilla, Rodrigo Aguilar, Adam Bocanegra, Jose Acento. They're all great coworkers. I enjoy seeing them every day. It's like a family that we have down there. Carol's aware of that, and I'm sure everybody else is. So I appreciate this opportunity, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Evan.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. Welcome aboard, Madam Lenore. Caballero, thank you for being here. So I've got a total of 4 guys. What you see right now is only 2. Firefighters are very humble. Okay, so that I'm gonna throw that out as part of the disclaimer. The other 2 that we're missing right now is firefighter Melvin Nielsen and engineer Jared Utzig. So to understand the job of what these guys do, except for the obvious, they're firefighters on the street working on an engine. But because we're a small department and there's a lot that we do, they have collateral duties. Collateral duties being arson investigators. We have training officers. We have EMS training officers. And these guys have stepped up to the challenge. Okay, so not only do they do their basic core function, but the collateral duties that it takes for us to be operational, they step in and do that. So they both tested to work in greater responsibility. Engineer Henderson is on the list for captain, and engineer Miguel just got promoted to engineer. Just last month he was a firefighter. A couple of these folks just got medaled for a life-saving award, and they show their worth. They started in 2013, right? 5 years ago, and they've stepped up to the challenge. So I'm going to go ahead and hand off. Thank you for your service. Thank you for your service. All right. We'll see you guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve.
Want to move?
That's it.
Okay. There's been a request to move item G5 up. We have Dr. Rose here from Gavilan College, and our consent agenda seems to run quite long lately. So if it's all right with the council, there's a consensus if we can move that up. Is that all right with all of you?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, Dr. Rose is here, and I think Fred Harris is also in the audience if he'd like to join us. The council asked for me to reach out to Gavilan College and ask them to have present a little item on Measure X, which is a bond measure that we will all be voting on in November. So I'll turn it over to Dr. Rose.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council, city employees, members of the public. We're here tonight, and also Assembly Member, we're so glad you're here this evening to join us. We're here tonight to talk a little bit about Measure X, but a lot about our students. We're here to give you some information about the measure that undoubtedly you've heard a lot about so far, and to give you some information for your consideration as we're within our last 30 days before the measure goes to the voters. We've started this journey 3 years ago with our educational master plan that we brought to you when we started to talk about the demographic shift that will invariably affect South County and definitely affect San Benito County and Hollister. As you know, the movement of students is happening here. We know that the housing will impact families that move to the Hollister-San Benito area, and we want to continue to provide the high-quality education, comprehensive educational opportunities for students here, which we've been able to do for almost 100 years. Next year is our centennial, and we've been offering educational opportunities, basic skills, transfer, and career technical education, but not in a comprehensive manner and not to the degree that we would like to do with industry-based partnerships, apprenticeships, transfer-based partnerships with CSU and CSUMB to the degree that we would like to. And we've had those discussions. We've talked a lot about that, and our students have talked a lot about that. But we are now at the point where we would like to bring a measure forward, the third time in 100 years that we would like to ask for a bond to be able to start the first phase of a comprehensive campus in San Benito County at Fairview Corners. So we have some slides that I would like to show if we could get those visible to everyone. And the first slide shows our detailed program of work for our facilities master plan. Our facilities master plan has been complete. It's on our website. It's been available to the public for several months. And we have some handouts available, although not enough for all members of the public today. But it will be available and is available on our website, which shows that we have almost $400 million worth of projects that are required of our campus and of our district in order to be competitive with the educational needs of our demographics through 2030. And so moving forward, we have put forward to the state of California the top priorities for our district. And the top priority includes the number one project, which is San Benito County. So the Measure X is for $248 million. And the first project on that list is to build a 33,000 square foot campus, first phase of our campus at Fairview Corners, which would include wet labs, a computer lab, instructional space, so that we could, for the first time, offer comprehensive degrees and certificates here in Hollister. Now, I think we have a few students here tonight, students who've been taking classes at the Briggs Building and beyond for more than 20 years. We also offer non-credit programs in 17 locations in San Benito County. We have some industry-based partnerships, but we have the opportunity for more. And we have a program at San Benito County Jail that just over last year has grown from a few inmates to more than 350 with life skills training and more. We know the growth is here. So we're working on our slides. Could you give the council members copies of the handouts, please? So the first 7 projects that we would like to do with the bond, the number one project is San Benito County. Beyond that, the Library and Learning Resource Center needs to be rebuilt on the Gilroy campus. It's a 50-year-old building that cannot be modernized. We cannot redo that building. It has to come down, and it needs to start from scratch. We would also like to do a STEM center. We probably have several students in the audience who would be very happy to hear that. We've received 3 federal grants in a row for a college the size of Gavilan. That's pretty impressive. And so now it's time to be able to put bricks and mortar behind our STEM students, science, technology, engineering, and math, to be able to provide those programs in total. We'd also like to do a Veterans Resource Center because our demographics have shown that veterans continue to come to not only Gavilan College, but all community colleges in great numbers. And we need to provide the resources to complement what we're doing for our degrees for our veterans at the Gilroy campus. We also need a central plant. Every time that there's an accident on the 101, we have a brownout or a blackout at the Gilroy campus, and we have to send students home. We need a central plant. We have a water tank and a solar project now that will eventually get us 75% off the grid, but we need to be able to have a central plant. And we also are interested in a performing arts center. And we have renderings to be able to look at a performing arts center that would help all South County to be able to have the opportunity to not only host the South Valley Symphony, a partnership that we've enjoyed for years, but to be able to do even more with our projects in dramatic arts and music. So this shows the detailed program of work that was a result of our facilities master plan. If you go to the next slide, you'll be able to see the projects that were detailed to the state of California, and this is what's currently our priority listing for the state. You'll see the very first project on the list is the San Benito campus at Fairview Corners, and that's what we've committed to, and that's what's also in our bond language on the ballot for November. A library LRC is the next, a visual and performing arts center, and so forth. If you go to our next slide, you'll see something we're extremely proud of, and that is the incidental take permitting. As you have followed the story of Gavilan College and Fairview Corners and the many discussions we've had about a feasibility study that we've done of many properties here in San Benito County, you know that we've been up against many environmental factors. It's taken 10 years to get the incidental take permit process done, but it's done. So now we're cleared to be able to begin to do the building at Fairview Corners. We had a little bit of a kickoff for our bond last week, and we had a few community members, and John Wynn hosted it for us, and we are able to look across the way from Ridgemark and see now that there would be a visual opportunity for a campus to finally happen. We had several students there who were very excited. Our next slide shows a rendering of the San Benito campus, and the building in blue, the dark blue building, would be the first building when the bond passes. And this would give an opportunity, again, for students to have a comprehensive degree and certificate experience here in Hollister. Partnerships with the CSU, industry-based partnerships, opportunity for job growth here in San Benito County and in Hollister. Our next slide shows other projects that are also covered by the bond. STEM Center on the Gilroy campus that's been planned, and you can continue from there. The next slide shows our Library and Learning Resource Center, which, again, that's the largest, the oldest building on campus currently, and there's no way that we can modernize the building that has been on the main campus since 1967. The next slide shows the Coyote Valley campus. What's planned for Coyote Valley, as you know, we do all public safety training. In fact, there's probably some first responders in the room who have taken courses at Coyote Valley for either fire or police training. And so the plan for Coyote Valley is a 2-story building to, again, allow us to have wet labs and computer science labs so that our students can get anatomy, physiology, biology, computer science, and a comprehensive degree and certificate experience. At that location, we are right across the street from IBM, where we are the only college in California partnering with IBM in the New Collar Initiative. That will give us an opportunity to provide middle skills training and fill some of the job gap that IBM is experiencing nationwide. It'll be a great thing for Gavilan and for the communities that we serve. The next slide shows the Visual and Performing Arts Center complex, which we are proposing to move to a different portion on the campus in Gilroy so that it's more accessible. When you come to the Gavilan campus, in fact, when you Google Gavilan College, you'll find that the main entrance to Gavilan takes you down Mesa Road. And we would like to change it so that there's a better footprint to coming to the college, and we know the Performing Arts Center would be used by all the communities we serve throughout both Santa Clara and San Benito County. And then finally, the final slide gives you a sense of who's been also stand. I know Dr. Cervantes' class is here this evening as well. These are students who are currently at the Briggs Building, and they're here because they're interested in wider content for Gavilan College. Thank you for standing. And so I've attempted to meet with city council members individually, and I've met with several of the supervisors individually. And we're at the point now where we're nearing the end of our campaign. And I've come around every fall and have done coffee and conversations and have not been a stranger to Hollister in my almost 3 years as college president at Gavilan. I think it's been pretty clear that the college has been open and transparent in our communications with the community. This is a big deal. My background is in psychology and organizational development. It is not in political science. This has been a very interesting journey for me to go out and talk about a measure this size. The district has only gone out three times in 100 years for a bond. Community colleges, I've been told, go out frequently for bond measures. But for Gavilan, this is major. We only went out for a bond in 1964 to build the Gilroy campus. That bond was $3.4 million with a matching $1.8 million bond to build the 50 buildings on the Gilroy campus. And now that I know a bit about our history, when we moved from San Benito County to Gilroy and formed the Board of Trustees that made that happen, I understand. And now, in 2004, when we went out with Measure E for $108 million, the year before I came on board with the college, I understand what those conversations were. And this year, I've worked for the college 10 years, now 3 years almost as president, and I've purposely come to Hollister and San Benito County a lot to have conversations with all of you and many other leaders in the community. This is not an easy decision for the Board of Trustees to put this on the ballot. It's taken many years, my 3 years of conversation, to bring the measure forward to the voters. And so we have students who are very serious about this. It is about our students. Our students have been the biggest contributor to our campaign. They donated $65,000.77. You'll have to ask them about the 77 cents. It's a great story. But they have been the largest contributor to our campaign, and I will definitely be biased when I say we have the best students in the community college system, the most dedicated, the most worthy, and the most ready to take the vision of the college forward to 2030 and beyond. And with that, I'll stop. Fred is here also to answer any technical questions, and we appreciate your listening to our story this evening.
Thank you very much. Any questions from council? Did I see a speaker card go your way? Or is this for this item?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Marty Richmond.
Marty Richmond from Hollister. I'm sorry, this is not personal, and Dr. Rose knows it. I have to rise to oppose Measure X. It didn't start 5 years ago. It started 14 years ago. 10,000 students have gone through this high school waiting for the campus that was promised us 14 years ago. During that time, if you read, there was a facilities plan at that time. It was violated. There were promises made. They were violated. There was a text of the bond. It was violated. Everything was violated. They just took the money, Gavilan College, and gave it to Coyote Valley. This is a new story now. The story is, it was all about the environment. That is simply not true. It's unfortunate they've settled on that. Okay? What it was about was they made a deal with a housing organization, Fairview Corners, and they tried to sneak in Fairview Corners under their environmental exemption. When that environmental exemption didn't work, Fairview got stuck, and we all got stuck with it. Now, they promised they would take the money, they would use it to leverage state funds. Those were the exact words for our campus. Not $1 was put aside to leverage state funds from that original bond. Not a single dollar. Not $1, not $65,000, not a single dollar. At some point in time, they have to give us a guarantee. There's no trick to this. They want us to contribute over $60 million with fees and interest that will be over $100 million, and in exchange they will take our $51 million and build us a campus. If you give me $51 million, I could build you a campus. Anyone could if you pay the entire bill. The promise was to leverage state funding for us. They didn't do it, and now they won't guarantee that if they don't do this, the money will stay in the county. That's all I ask for to make me happy personally, which is if you don't follow through this time, we want to guarantee that that $51 million, and we want it in writing, is going to be spent for education in this county. Our students may be the best students in the world, but they are also the ones who are taken the most advantage of. For 14 years, they've been traveling to Gavilan College and back, or putting up with the Briggs Building, when they were promised, maybe not the ones sitting in the audience, but the class before them, and the class before them, and the class before them, 14 times in a row, were promised they were going to get a place to do their education, and Gavilan has not seen fit to guarantee it. So I am opposed to this bond. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Marty.
Do we have any other speaker cards?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Keith Snow.
Hey, Council. My name is Keystone Residence, City Officer. For one, I'm for the measure for the kids' future. And one thing that we're not perfect. I've been to meetings over there, counting calls on a few occasions, and I know the one that just talked right now. And about four, look at us. No, not perfect, right? But one thing we did gotta do is called audit. When you get things on him like Measure G, I oppose Measure G, because for a fact is, not gonna say to me it's a scam, because I did my research. So the point is, for all the kids, they like when I went to the thing on Thursday, over there at the high school. I never heard about technology thing. I've been, and never, that's what our mayor said. Technology for kids, training this and that. We had no training. One thing that we had worried about is like I said, the police log. Someone's Commerce City, we had to worry about mental health issues on kids and adults and all the addiction, alcohol addiction. But I do more things out there. We got folks as our professor leaders, not say county. So how much money do we waste for homeless and these type of homeless people? For one, we can help the homeless people. This is, for example, waste what they said is about we don't want to take it home with lunch. But we just got strategic planning. We need that. And kids are future, and one thing we need for housing for college students. Have you thought about that? No, they have not. Not security. Here in Ulster at Gov College. We need 4 houses for kids that are for future. One thing when we do a lot of research, it's got a strategic plan that I have in my pocket office. Thank you very much. Think twice.
Thank you very much, Snow. Do we have any others?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Nolan Golden.
Good evening, Honorable City Council members and Mayor Velasquez. My name is Nolan Golden, and I am the student body president at Gavilan College. And more importantly, I'm a local Hollister resident. I've attended Gavilan for almost 3 years now, and I can proudly say that we are more than just some sleepy, hidden college tucked away in the hills. For almost 100 years now, our staff, faculty, and administrators have been putting the X in excellence. Our student body at Gavilan recognizes the commitment and passion that our faculty, staff, and administrators have for empowering our students to achieve success. But we also know that a passion and a commitment are only one part of the equation for achieving that success. Modern facilities, up-to-date technology, and access to quality education complete this equation. That is why the Associated Students of Gavilan College have donated over $65,077 to the Measure X campaign. We have the prestigious faculty, staff, and administrators, and now what it's truly about is raising our campus to that same level of prestige. And while I understand there are many concerns here in our hometown about whether or not we should trust Gavilan College or support Measure X, I have one final remark to make. Mayor Velasquez, at the election forum last Thursday night, should we elect you once more as our honorable mayor, you mentioned your focus would be on building projects like the Library Education Technology Program. And that, as you said, the goal is for our children to get the highest level of education possible. The overarching vision you have for our city, that all of you have for our city, is to move Hollister forward. But if we, as a city, do not support this bond, we would in fact be holding Hollister back, and I fear for quite some time. We must stay focused on positive issues that support our community. By voting yes on Measure X, we would be doing just that. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
George Adam Lopez Rosas.
Sorry, my handwriting's a little sloppy. I'm a little tired. Been writing all day. Good afternoon, City Council members and community members. My name is Jorge Adam Lopez Rosas. I am a student at Gavilan College, going on 3 years. I'm also on the Board of Trustees as a student trustee. And you can even see my name, second column, fourth down. My last name is cut off, but it's there still. So I come to you today to speak a little bit about Measure X and how it affects me as a student and also me as a community member and local resident of Hollister. I started going to Gavilan College almost 3 years ago, and back then I was a lot younger, and I did not have a car, barely got a job. Hollister Super, really nice place, shop there. And my main concern was where I was going to go to college. I'm the first person in my family to be born in the U.S., so it is very difficult financially to get to a higher college, even though I did very well in high school. I can't speak too much about what happened in 2004 because back then I think I was still in R.O. Hardin learning about fractions. Dark times those were. And overall, I do support Measure X mainly because how it could help me as a student because I had difficult time transportation-wise, and I'm also a STEM major, so there's not a lot I can get here at the Briggs building. And I know 3 years ago I would have loved to have a campus here in Hollister, one that was a lot closer and that was more accessible to people like me and like my younger brothers who would be going to college as well. Community college is often overlooked as a small stepping stone or just as something else people can't go to if they don't get accepted to a four-year college, but I think it's a vital part of the community for what it gives the local community members and the jobs it creates and the way it educates our community in several different ways, either through students coming out of high school, people returning to get higher education for their jobs, or people who are in dual enrollment programs from the high school and the community. And this measure, it would be allowing a lot of that both here in Hollister, California, and also in the main campus in Gilroy through many different ways, not just to move us forward, but also keep us up to date. Because if you've been keeping up with state budget for the Chancellor's Office, we've been losing a lot of state funding, and it's making it more difficult for us to serve our students. So this measure is not only to move us forward in the future, but to keep us up to date, to keep us from falling behind and not being able to serve our students. So if this bond doesn't pass right now, I understand all the sentiment behind it from 2004. It would just hold us back, as Nolan said before. Because if this doesn't pass, it's going to need to pass again in a few years, which is going to be more expensive, more time lost, and more students we would have missed. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I have no more speakers, Mr. Mayor.
No other speakers? Okay, thank you, everyone. We're going to go ahead and take a 5-minute break. I know there's some high school students here with paperwork needs to be signed, so you guys want to come up? Are there any items council would like to pull? I'd like to pull item A7, A9, A10, A11, A12, and A17. Is there any items from the public?
I would like to pull item A2, and from the public, item A6 and A7.
Did you have any items you'd like to pull? No? Okay. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve the items that were not pulled.
Second.
Yeah. Motion and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. We'll move to item A2.
Thanks.
Mr. Mayor, on the minutes for the regular meeting for October 1st, 2018, on the section regarding the integrated waste management, the minutes that were put in the agenda and presented to council and the public had two sentences that were incomplete. The first sentence should have read, Christine, or City Clerk Black reported that she received 63 protests and that's where the public agenda ended. I'd like to amend it to read, of the 4,406 written protests needed to prevent council approval of the proposed solid waste rates. And further down in that same item, it says received report from Phil Couchet and Kevin McCarthy stating that there was blank, and that's what went out to the public and to council. I would like to amend that portion to read that there was 8,809 residential accounts.
Okay. Any questions from council?
So you are speaking about page 7 out of 10, and that would be both items you were speaking about are on page 7, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
That is correct.
Just so the public knows, if they go back and
Yes.
read the minutes at page 7.
I didn't finish my thought, so I
Okay.
want to make sure that I point that out and that the amended version is adopted.
Okay.
Okay. Any other questions? Do we have any speaker cards on that item?
No, Mr. Mayor?
Motion to approve as amended.
There's a motion.
Second?
Motion is second.
Aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 4-0. We'll move to item A6.
Keith Snow?
Good evening.
We'll hear what his question is first.
Did you pull this? Did anyone else?
No, Mr. Snow.
I think it was just
A6.
Yeah. A6?
From the public.
Keith Snow?
Hello, Council. On day 6, it says the funding for the MacArthur Park. I want you to know right there.
No, actually, Mr. Snow, this is actually
clear spot. Clear spot.
Yeah, clear spot for the
And
solar.
A7's the MacArthur Park. The clear spot. I want you to know that why are we paying $50,000 for the with the 4? I mean, more electric. We're paying tons of money, and you know if you pay the contract, you got that's where Mr. Charles to support the World Pass C, because he caused a big old bill or some long-lasting bill. So I mean, you know, if you break it, how much you pay? Yeah, see, that's very $8 million pay the contract. That's why it's very vital. All C contracts vital, critical, because we have to look at them all before you pay this. Now we're gonna pay more, $50,000 more. When we did last meeting over there, you're gonna wait 2 years to pay $1.8 million. That's big money, and that's a lot of bank. We get a lot for that. We get a home shelter easily with that kind of money. So I mean, all the conscious they put themselves into, you guys caused all that. Because you guys okayed all that years ago, decades. My other point, he should know that too. We should focus all the conscious we're doing towards the eye. Because it seems like it's like out of control. Focus, comprehensive decision you guys make as a council whole. Because it seems like you guys not doing that. I oppose paying $50,000 for a clear spot. And that's one that the government's the ban his seat. And a lot of things created bills for the artists, city taxpayers. I mean, you got strategists, right? Everyone copycat things, right? That figure, and that figure this one, we need to straighten things out before you make that decision. As taxpayers, we're tired of it. We want no taxpayer money as wasteful spending. Let's see bureaucracy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Snow.
There are no more speakers, Mr.
Do we have
Mayor.
no other speakers? Can I ask the question, the proposed payment for this negotiation is based on 3.5% of the dollar value of what they would save at that point?
That's correct.
Have we sat down with them to try to work out a better number than 3.5%?
We have not. It's their specialty beer, and we feel that number is adequate for the savings that they'll provide for the city if they are successful, and if the purchase price is amenable to the city council.
Okay. I'm a little concerned that might be a little high, that number. I just wish we would have sat down and had a better conversation to negotiate their fee, it seems. But then again, it's such a bad contract. I agree with Mr. Snow on this one.
Yeah, and please understand, if the city in Clear Spot, if there's no agreement on a purchase, they only charge the city time and materials not to exceed $7,500.
I understand.
Yeah.
And it said, since this is such a bad contract, and from 2008, we can't afford to lose any more days. Do we have any other questions or comments from council? All right. Is there a motion? Move to approve. There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Thank you very much. Move to item A7. Mr. Snow, I believe. From the public.
Item A7, Resolution Number 2018-237, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Hollister appropriating an additional $501,899.30 from Fund 2005 to construct the approved McCarthy Park improvements and provide funding for construction management. I have one speaker, Keith Snow.
Here we go again. Man, I'm going to get this on the grand jury report, the park and all that. The 2 grand jury reports on parks. I mean, the one thing we're about parks, we have a lot of more important issues. We need to train our city employees to do our weeds, to the where you got to try and do last year, wiring with Mr. Galeo over there. We took out the agenda. $40,000, right? Well, we train them with all these book bombs with the governors and they get the hose, train them. That's how you do it. Nonsense is something simple to. But then you guys, okay, smartly, the one that banned his seat, the Mr. Ford there, right? I know you probably know about this. My other opponent, Mr. Gordon, from playing where. You want it's $3 million for a park. You guys want to spend all me more, but that's what Mr. Van got saying. Mr. Vice Mayor over there, $3 million is a lot of money for this for a park. we need that money there. We have so many parts. I'll just modify the parts. Things what kids need to do. Guys are doing it. Ms. My attempts to be doing a good job on some parts, but we need to start focusing as buster leaders. That's why Pietard is all this. What my cousins mentioned that $3 million. Yes, it is. I got the contract to Frontina right there. So the point is right. $3 million is a lot of dinero. Think twice things. We can focus the parts. But look at this. On this knockoff subject, parts, I know we need parts. Of course, for kids, all this development, the okay on the housing, our growth will be gas results huge. We need schools. We need more schools, and that's not the in that part. And that's up to Bill last week. We need to start thinking ahead things. But $3 million for a park, do you want to fund it? I mean, sit back. Not going forward. We have more things. We prevent another not go such again. $100,000 for a guards contract. Rheology. All these contracts I got there, and proof fact, you guys know all this. Think twice what you guys are doing. Terrible think twice. Think twice if we can use that dollars wise for other big issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Snow.
I have no more speakers, Mr. Mayor.
So I do have a question on this item. I don't know who's handling this.
I can do it.
Early on when we were first discussing the park, I think most of us were having a hard time understanding or swallowing the amount of 2.5, 3, almost close to $3 million. Now this is an additional $500,000. So now we're going into the $3.2 million range.
And a lot of this is contingency money. There are some things like you're not going to miss out on many of these. What we did here is we put this item first so that in the event that you didn't do this, we would still be able to move forward with the contract. But keep in mind that this extra money here is for contingencies, the shade structures over the playgrounds and the splash pad. I mean, that's becoming a larger issue from the sun, et cetera. And then also this also includes about $70,000 just in construction management purposes. As I said, we can get most of the stuff that we need to get done without it, but we just wanted to make sure that the council had an opportunity to do the entire park the way we sort of promised or have what we were sharing with folks up until this point. And again, when you go low bid, that's essentially what you're going to end up with. So,
I was hoping we were going to get a bid that was lower, and that was the part of that conversation.
We always do.
The bid might be lower, and it turns out, no, they took every penny. I just have a very hard time adding another $500,000 to this project. There's a lot of other work we need to be doing, and this is pulling a lot of resources. Do we have any other comments?
Yeah, a clarification on the park dedication fund. And we do have the sufficient funds there.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so it's two different account numbers that are listed here.
When on the supplemental appropriation, it should be coming from funds 205, which is the park dedication fund.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, and actually 70,000. The additional 70,000 did you just mention for construction management?
Correct.
Is that coming out of the same fund?
Same fund, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Is that it? Councilmember Lenore?
Please. Well, I do think that this project is worthy of finishing it right. Yeah, I don't like it when things aren't done right. It serves a dual purpose for the neighborhood. That neighborhood's deserving of that park, but it's not just that neighborhood. It's all the other neighborhoods that are going to come over there and check out that park and use that whale. what that does is that brings our city from one area over here, and that's a good thing. So I really like that component of it. We talk about we need parks. Parks aren't cheap. It's in the park fund. I would be for this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, is there a motion?
Motion to approve resolution number 2018-237.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
No. Motion passes 3-1. All right, we're going to move to item A9.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. Item A9 is a resolution to approve the proposed boundary and annex the Maple Park subdivision into CFD number 4, which is our Community Facilities District for public facilities and services. Maple Park was approved in June of this year, and there are 49 single-family dwelling units which will be annexed into the CFD, which has a maximum special tax for the fiscal year of 2018 and 19 of $476.25. Are there any questions for staff?
The reason I pulled this item, just want to be clear that we're talking about the CFDs here. This is a project that's been approved. The reason I was a little confused, item 11 and 12 are talking about some changes on this, so I just want to make sure we're talking about the CFDs here first.
Yes, 9 and 10, the next item are CFDs, and then items 11 and 12 are the MOA and SIA for the same project.
Right. Okay. Is there any speaker cards on this? Do we have any speaker cards?
No speaker cards, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve resolution number 2018-239.
Second.
There's a motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. We'll go to item 10. Which is,
Yes.
again,
Yeah, and this is CFD 5, which is our
5,
police and
right.
fire services.
Do we have any speaker cards on this item?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Councilmember Clark.
For the record, Eva, what's the annual amount for this?
For CFD 5 for 1819 is $775 for a single family unit, which would be this subdivision, and for a multifamily unit is $635.
Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Any other questions?
No.
Is there a motion?
Motion to approve resolution number 2018-240.
Second.
Motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Move to item A11.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. This item is regarding City Council approval for a subdivision improvement agreement for the Maple Park subdivision. This development has an approved tentative map and has been conditionally approved for the construction of 49 single-family homes. The subdivision improvement agreement will guarantee that the public improvements are completed in accordance to the approved improvement plans and the tentative map conditions of approval. Staff recommends the City Council adopt this resolution, which will authorize the execution of the agreement of improvements within the Maple Park. If there are any questions, I can try to answer.
Is there any other questions from council? Do we have any speaker cards on this item? Okay, is there a motion?
Motion to approve resolution number 2018-241.
Second.
Motion. There's a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
No. 3-1. Move to item A12.
So this item is regarding City Council approval for the memorandum of agreement, also for the Maple Park development. And the memorandum of agreement, or MOA, establishes the criteria under which the contractor may begin constructing early start construction homes within that development. Those guidelines include, among other things, installed and tested water system, installed and tested sewer system, all-weather compacted base rock roads, and surety bonds that are in place. Staff recommends City Council approval of this item. Are there any questions?
Any questions? Councilmember Clower?
Is there any way that in the future that this step could be part of the tentative map process so we can stop having to do this step? Because it seems like something that could be written into the original map.
Yeah, well, what we can do is put it in the SIA, and then that way you'll just have one agreement. But we're talking about doing something like that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions, comments? Do we have any speaker cards? Is there a motion?
Motion to approve 2018-242.
Motion, is there a
second?
Motion is second. All in favor?
Aye.
No.
I'm sorry, who made the second? Thank you, Carson.
3-1. Go to item A17.
Good evening. This item is related to the Hillcrest Meadows subdivision currently under construction. The project's condition of approval include, among other things, the construction and installation of public streets. On or about January 6th of this year, the city engineer notified the developer, Mr. Hugh Bickle, that the paving work for the interior streets was found to be unacceptable by the city. Following that notification, Mr. Bickle agreed to remedy the paving deficiency. Subsequently, one of the subcontractors out there filed a lien against the property to provide notice to the city to retain as part of the labor and materials bond an amount that that subcontractor was claiming for the paving work. The paving work has been corrected by the developer, and all parties, the subcontractor, the bonding company, the developer, have all agreed and requested to enter into a stipulation to release lien against the property. I've talked with the city attorney, and our recommendation is that the city enter into this agreement so that the lien can be removed.
So the question I had on this, at what point, at the finish stage, you noticed the roads weren't up to standard, or what happened?
No, this was during construction. Right after the paving, we could see that the surface was starting to give way.
That's something, the paving was already there, and it was having issues.
No,
it was a new road.
This was a new road.
That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, was it any good?
It wasn't. Yeah.
No, that's I'm.
You guys are all speaking the same language.
We're speaking the same language,
okay.
Different dialects. I'm asking. It was a finished road. It's a new road, right?
Yes.
And you saw issues.
Saw issues with it.
And what was the reason for those issues? Was it the compaction? What happened?
Compaction could have been a component of it. It could have been laid down when it was cold. Could have been a variety of reasons. The end result was that the pavement was in a poor condition aesthetically and compaction-wise. So it was deemed to be a failure for city acceptance.
And I'm glad you caught it, so I'm just trying to get more information on how this works. Say this had happened a year later after the public had moved in, how would that be handled?
Under the warranty.
Yeah. It would be for how many years?
Well, the warranty period is for a year. So things should heal up, and I mean, we can look at extended warranties depending if things start to show some signs of things.
Well, I'm just curious how it got to this point in the first place. What step was missed that allowed this to happen to make sure it never happens?
There are
several factors. I understand.
Yes,
I'm around this construction all the time. I'm just saying somewhere something was not noticed that this happened. So what are we doing to make sure that we don't have that road that fails in a year and a half on us and we take ownership?
The only thing that we can do is be diligent with our inspections to make sure that we're on top of these things to catch them as they occur.
Okay. Do we have any speaker cards?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Any other questions from council? Okay, is there a motion?
Motion to approve resolution number 2018-247.
This is a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion is second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Thank you very much. Okay. All right, we're going to move to public comment. This is the time for anyone in the audience to speak on any item not on the agenda and within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council. Speaker cards are available in the lobby and are to be completed and given to the city clerk before speaking. When the city clerk calls your name, please come to the podium, state your name and city for the record, and speak to the City Council. Each speaker will be limited to 3 minutes with a maximum of 30 minutes per subject. Please note that state law prohibits the City Council from discussing or taking action on any item not on the agenda. Do we have speaker cards tonight?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Tammy Aviles.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Congratulations.
Thank you.
My name is Tammy Aviles. I'm here on behalf of the Coalition for a New Community Library and Resource Center. We are a group of residents in the city and county working on securing a new location, a larger location for our county library. I want to extend an invitation to our next meeting, which is this coming Saturday, the 20th at 10 a.m. at the library. Thank you.
Thank you.
Marty Richmond.
Good evening, Marty Richmond from Hollister. You all knew I was going to talk on Gavilan. This is another subject. It is the election season, and we all have a tendency, and I'm as guilty as the next person, of finding all the faults so we can point them out and say we're going to fix them. That's good in a way because it refocuses everybody on our problems and refocuses the people, the voters, on the problems that need to be worked on because we're not perfect. However, I would like to point out that I took a couple of rides around District 4, about 20 miles of road, about 8,500 residents. That's a lot of people. And you know, there's one thing I really have to disagree with. There's a lot of people who keep saying, oh, folks move to Hollister because they can't afford to live anywhere else and they just hate being here and they move here and they're all angry about it. That's not what I found. I found people love it here. Okay, I'm driving around on a Saturday morning and people are out jogging and they're walking their dogs and they're working on their boats and they're working on their cars and their pickup trucks and they're out in the garden and they're doing all kinds of stuff and they absolutely love it here. And another way you can tell they love it here is because there are so many flags out, and not just the American flag, but there's a lot of heritage flags out. There's a lot of flags flying all the time about what college people went to, certainly what NFL football team they support, and all kinds of stuff. And you know, you don't fly a flag on something you're not proud of. So they're proud. They like living here. People love living here. So you can understand why people get upset when they think things are going to change. I understand it. But I'm happy to see that people love living here. And I think this is a great place to live. My wife and I love living here. And I don't think it's a perfect place to live. I think we have things we could do better. And we're going to do them better over the years because that's our history. And make it a more perfect place to live. So I'm glad people like it here. I don't think anybody's here against their will. I mean, this is the United States. You don't like it, you pack up and you leave. There'll be somebody standing right there by your house, I assure you. Mm-hmm. So I'm very happy to be here, and I'm very happy to live in a city where people feel safe and confident about the city and feel that they like it. And so that's my speech for today. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We have no more speakers, Mr. Mayor.
No more speakers? Okay, we'll move over to the city manager's report.
I'm sorry, I have nothing to report tonight.
Thank you.
You're done.
And thank you for timing him out.
Not the first time.
All right, we're going to move to item E1.
Good evening, Mayor, Council members. This next item is a resolution requesting approval for new and revised user fees for services provided by the City of Hollister Building Department. As you may recall, a couple months ago, We brought back some of the user fees for some of the other departments, engineering, police, fire, and the building department was one that was missing, so that's why we have it here in front of you today. The City of Hollister Building Department has prepared a user fee report. The report calculates the estimated cost of services and proposes new and revised user fees. By law, user fees may not exceed the reasonable cost for the service for which they are collected. The intent of the user fees to collect and cover 100% of the cost for providing the service. The report prepared by the building department analyzes different permits and identifies updated internal cost, processing fees, building inspections, building permits, and other performing services that are core responsibilities of the building department. With that, staff recommends that the City Council reviews the report and adopts the resolution approving new and revised user fees for services provided by the City of Hollister Building Department. If you guys have any questions, here to answer those. We also have somebody from For Leave that could answer those questions as well.
Okay. Do we have any questions from council? Vice Mayor Luna?
Thank you for the report and the comparison fee. I enjoyed reading this. And I'm really surprised that San Juan Bautista is charging a lot more than City of Hollister on some of these fees. Surprised, but, how often would you be revising these fees?
So with these fees, we will do the same thing that we did with the other departments. They will have an inflator each year. And essentially, if we feel that we're falling behind like we did for the past 10, 15 years, that's something that we'll do another report and try to figure out what we have to do to accommodate those new fees as well.
Well, one thing that I want to call to the attention of everyone is actually a comparison fee for install a water heater. Would that be it? For
Correct.
Installing a water heater, the City of Hollister charges $47.24. The City of San Juan Bautista charges $119. And that just kind of threw it off for me, because I'm thinking, why the big difference? And the City of Hollister is only $47.
I don't have the answer to that
Right.
question, but we do have somebody from For Leave that could answer that.
Okay.
Excuse me. My name is Brent Hipsher. I have worked for the City of Hollister as a contract building official before, but previously I was the building official for San Benito County, and we went through a cost comparison on the fee study. And I apologize for the long-winded answer. I don't actually have the comparison for San Juan Bautista. I wasn't in charge of actually their cost comparison in the user fee study that we did, but I did do the user fee study for San Benito. And basically we did a cost comparison of what it would take based on the hours of an inspector's time and staff time in order to facilitate that type of inspection. And the 119 was a basis that we came down to. I believe you're at 145. Is that correct? For that.
Your proposed is 145.
Yes.
Current 47.
And so what it basically does is it covers the minimum fees based on all of the staff input for that type of inspection. Every time you issue a permit, individuals have to process that permit from intake, staff to the inspection and finalization. It barely covers the cost of staff to cover that type of inspection.
Okay. Well, thank you, because that just kind of stayed with me, but the proposed fee is bringing it up some, and that's good to see.
Yeah, unfortunately, the same issue arose in San Benito County is because the fees hadn't been changed in such a long period of time. You're seeing a drastic nexus between what we were charging and what we are charging now. Unfortunately, we've been giving away a lot of services and not doing cost recovery on these particular items. I think now the fees are commensurate with what you see in the Bay Area. As I was telling Brian earlier, the Bay Area is basically progressing down the peninsula and even further into the South Bay, and I think that Hollister, unfortunately, is becoming Bay Area, and in order to facilitate the cost recovery, we've got to be commensurate with the fees that we're charging now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Clower.
I have more of a process question than an actual numbers question, and it's for the inspection process on a new home. Is that paid all up front so that you save staff time with the billing, or is it paid at the end all at once, or is it something that's billed every single time an inspector has to go out?
No, so typically what you would see is a developer coming in for permit fees. They would initially do the plan check fee and any of the other planning and engineering fees that are required. Then they would pay those fees up front, and then once the permit fees were developed or issued, staff would develop those fees and whatever the costs were based on valuation, and then they would come in after that, pay the building permit fees, and then that includes all of the inspections through final.
And that's all up front?
That's well, the plan check is up front, and then they come back and pay the building inspection fees when they come to pick up the permit.
Okay, so yes.
Yeah, it's split, and I apologize for kind of splitting the hairs on the question, but it's split before you issue the permit. So there is two sets of fees that are typically paid.
But staff is only billing one time for this. Thank you.
One time.
The only comment or question I have is, I understand the need to raise some of the fees to be a little more realistic to different areas, but the water heater is a good example of something I'm not really too excited to see be increased by too much, because what you'll start seeing happen is people won't pull permits to change their water heater, and they'll just start doing it with a few buddies. And the whole purpose of this is make sure it's done right. Water heaters, we know, are people will pull out an old one, go to Home Depot, try to put the new one on, not do it correct. You know, we got the gas leaks, we got different things that start to happen in there. I think it's one of those, we want to be fair, make sure people are pulling the permit on this, so they're not just ignoring it, shutting the garage and doing a job that ends up costing everyone quite a bit more money, especially us having to put out a fire. So I think if we could be a little more fair on certain things that we want to see upgrades on. For an example, again, the next item, electrical meter. You know, we've got an old meter and someone wants to upgrade. We want them to upgrade that electrical meter. I see so many of these just ready to burn down a house or the gas line. So I think if we can look at how we can be a little more fair on that so people don't resist pulling the permit in the first place, it might be a better fit for the entire community.
And I agree. You know, when you make permits more affordable, you're more likely to get permits and, you know, inspections, and less likely to have catastrophic failure. The 145 covers the minimum fees and what we actually determined what it would take staff to issue that one permit and do a couple of inspections. A bit of trivia, you may not know, there's over 300 violations that you can get on a water heater. Ironically, it's astounding. And I agree with you, Mr. Mayor. The council can reduce fees if they would choose in certain areas. One of the things that you might see on the report there is we developed standardized fees for kitchens and bathrooms for just exactly what you were saying. Whether you put a $100,000 kitchen in or a $20,000 kitchen, there isn't that many inspections in that particular aspect. So we actually made a base fee for that, and I think it's somewhere around $720 or something like that, and that covers all of the inspections, no matter what you're doing in a kitchen. Same thing in a bathroom. I think it's a little bit less. Don't recall the fee right off the top of my head. Somewhere around $300 or something in that neighborhood, $350. that covers the inspection so that staff has the ability, because those are what we actually do the most of: kitchens, bathrooms, small remodels. And we categorize those fees so that user comes in, they know a standardized fee, it covers everything, and we've reduced and compartmentalized that for staff and for the council.
So going back to the conversation here, how would we go about bringing these fees to something a little more fair, $85 or something, on the water heater, the electrical meter, and the gas line, so we're not having that issue pop up? Because I hear that water heaters, I hear it all the time from friends. They're always asking me questions about construction. They're asking, how hard is it to change a water heater? And I always tell them, get a professional to do it. And it's, well, I could do it cheaper. No, don't mess around with the water heater. Do it right, or you will have problems. And we all know water heaters go out in 8-10 years. And
Planned obsolescence. Somebody's making money on it.
But it's a problem, and we need to be fair about it.
The only suggestion I can make is this, and I don't want to necessarily be funny, but I don't know if it was $10 you'd get any more people pulling a permit for a water heater. But what you can do is the council can make a finding that it would like to reduce the water heater fee, et cetera, maybe to $75 or $80. I would work a fee out with 4-Leaf. If it costs 4-Leaf $175 to perform that inspection, what we would do is they would charge us that we would pay for the actual cost for them to perform the inspection. So that so the client or the customer would pay $85. We would pay 4-Leaf the $175, the cost that it actually takes, the cost of doing business for them to actually do the inspections. We can do that. And we've done that before on other things, not necessarily in the building world, but as you know, when we do like home occupations or we do small daycares, those types of things, we do charge less than the actual cost that it takes to do business, because it's usually a very small percentage of the overall annual. We collect and we pay $12,000, $15,000 a month on a normal month to the building department for their inspection fees. Doing a few water heaters a month is probably, in the grand scheme of things, very, very minimal to make sure we cover their costs, but yet make sure that the public will come in and get those inspections for health and safety needs. That's one mechanism for doing that.
Councilmember Lennar.
I agree with you. I worked in the building department for 10 years in the county, and I'm wondering what's the role that the building official plays on there for 15 minutes of time. What's he doing? Is he issuing the permit, signing off the permit? Why is he involved in a minor permit like that?
Because there's administrative fees, documentation. If there is plan check or there are questions, there's oftentimes it's part of the administrative process. You may not see the building official there on every call, but there's other documentation, things that go on behind the scenes that need to be covered. Just to reiterate, not that I'm, this is purely cost recovery when we did the cost analysis on this. So we had to come up with what we thought, and this is 3 jurisdictions, by the way, not just Hollister. So we had to be fair in what we thought the cost-benefit analysis was. And so we did, I believe, 8 or 9 iterations of the cost analysis on what it cost. Just to give you a comparison, a building or a hot water heater permit's $279 in San Mateo.
San Mateo. Next question, please. 45 minutes for the inspection on a gas line, water heater, and electrical meter? Is that including driving time or something? It seems kind of heavy.
Yes, it does include
driving time. So it's driving time to get there, do the inspection. Sometimes you got to pump up the gas line, right?
Right.
So it takes a little more time.
Correct.
And then the drive back. I guess that's okay.
Yeah, there's
since the drive's involved, because it doesn't take 45 minutes to do that inspection.
No, it doesn't take 45 minutes to do that, but you typically have a little bit of time waiting for the contractor to pump it up. You have the 15-minute wait for the test to pass. There may be tools involved, whether or not you're walking around making sure that everything's shut off, the gas line sized correctly, those types of things. So you're not just standing there, but there is some other time involved in that.
Okay. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So at this point, I'm going to open it to, it's a public hearing item, correct? This time I'll open it for public hearing. Do we have any speakers?
No, Mr. Mayor?
Okay, this time we'll close public hearing.
I would like to speak on something.
I'll reopen public hearing for you, Marty.
I'm sorry. I didn't speak up quick enough. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Marty Richmond. So congratulations. I agree with you 100%, especially since we're getting down to realism here. Council member Solario, I can't say it correctly, Luna mentioned, thank you, Solario, Luna, mentioned that people are doubled up, tripled up. These safety inspections are absolutely critical. We're not throwing people out in the street, so we better make sure that we got smoke detectors and gas lines are right. And when people are under financial stress, they tend more to say, well, I can do it myself. And the truth of the matter is, you're really taking a chance because there's a lot to know. And the codes have changed. A lot of people don't even realize that you've got to have a line to take out your vent now and take the vent out to a safe spot so that the hot water doesn't come out and scald somebody. So I agree with you 100%. For the amount we do, I think it's worth the amount that we would have to pay out of other funds to make darn sure that anything like an electrical box or a water heater or anything involving a gas line especially, not to mention the fact that a water heater has to be properly secured for earthquake protection. Otherwise, we know goodbye house when it goes over. That's the number one problem they have in earthquakes. Are people think, oh, well, that water heater looks like it's really attached and it's got a little 10-cent screw on it that's holding it to the wall, and the thing weighs 1 billion pounds when it's full of 40 gallons of water in it. A little shake and away it goes, okay? So I want to compliment you and say I think you're absolutely right. I think we should do that as fast as possible.
Thank you. There were no other speakers, correct? This time we'll close public hearing. So this is something we could do by amending this now, Bill?
Yeah, and as Brian kind of reminded me, if you recall how the split works with the building department too, that's another. We charge obviously an overhead for every building permit fee that we do. So it could be making that gap a little bit less if maybe we don't just charge our portion of that. That might be another way to do it.
That'd be great. Thank you. Okay. Is there a motion?
I make a motion to make the amendment.
Okay, and the amendment is to reduce the water heater, the gas line water heater electric meter.
Yes.
To what dollar amount?
I think 85 was fair.
Are we in agreement with 85?
That was gas line, water heater,
And electrical meter?
Electrical meter.
and electrical meter. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right. Motion carries. Thank you very much. We'll move to item E2.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. Good evening. The City Council, at its August 6, 2018 City Council meeting, adopted Ordinance Number 1165, pre-zoning a total of approximately 118 acres located along the west of the Hollister Bypass, north of Santa Ana Road, east of Chapel Road, and also some property closer to the north, closer to San Felipe Road. Total of approximately 118 acres, 13 separate parcels, including approximately 20 acres for North Gateway Commercial, approximately 100 acres for R1 Performance Overlay Zone. Once the pre-zone is adopted by the City Council, the next step is for the applicants or property owners to submit a signed annexation agreement before the City Council for the City Council to consider and adopt, and then also a resolution of application for the City Council to consider and adopt, sending the application for annexation of territory to LAFCO. So essentially the steps after the pre-zone is to come before you for an approved annexation agreement and for a resolution of application. The annexation agreement essentially indicates that there's different provisions, as you see in the annexation agreement before you for this item, and some of them, for example, indicate that upon annexation of territory, the property owner agrees to comply with all ordinances, rules, and policies of the city. The annexation agreement also requires that the owner be subject to and fully comply with all applicable terms, conditions, and provisions of the master tax sharing agreement and fiscal neutrality provisions in which the property owner agrees to pay a fee for each residential unit developed on the subject property for land that's pre-zoned for residential. And this fee is then collected by the County of San Benito per the master tax sharing agreement. This last master tax sharing agreement that was agreed upon by the city and the county was back in 2011. For the master tax sharing agreement, there is a fee that's per residential unit that the master tax sharing agreement refers to quote-unquote additional costs, and that's $9,500. And it has an annual adjustment per the Consumer Price Index, and since 2011 till now, that fee is close to $11,000 per residential unit. As you're aware, the Master Tax Sharing Agreement is currently in litigation at the Courts of Appeals. It is at the Courts of Appeals because, as indicated by the attorney for the city working in this case, the Superior Court has found that the additional cost is legal, and that is why we, as a city, continue to proceed with this Master Tax Sharing Agreement as legal. Mr. Hugh Bickle is the owner of an option of the subject property. Mr. Bickle's attorney, Ms. Kemp, has submitted multiple letters to the city requesting revisions to the annexation agreement before you. The letters were included in your packet. There were some letters that were also submitted after the deadline of the submittal of the reports to the city clerk, and you received today as part of an email. The annexation agreement is required to be signed and submitted to the city prior to the submittal of the reports to the city clerk, which was October 4th by noon for today's city council meeting. Staff extended the submittal of the required signed annexation agreement until today at 4 o'clock. The property owner did not provide a signed agreement. Therefore, staff unfortunately cannot recommend approval of the annexation agreement. Rather, a continuance of this item until the property owner signs, or there's an option the property owner could also wait until the Court of Appeals makes a determination. Are there any questions for staff?
Any questions from council? So what you're asking for is a continuance, but this is a public hearing, so we're going to have to open it for the public. So at this point, I will open it for public hearing. Do we have
no speakers, Mr. Mayor.
This moment, we will close public hearing. Okay, is there a motion to continue this item? Councilmember Clower?
So if the motion is to continue it, it's just to kind of let it go off into the distance until somebody brings it back? Because there's no date.
That's a good point. We have to have a date certain when we do the continuance.
And there's no reason to have a date certain unless there's going to be an action taken by the applicant.
That's correct, Councilmember Clower. Yes, at this time we don't have a date certain. The option was the direction was to recommend continuance until the applicant comes to an agreement and signs, and then at that point we would come before the council.
So maybe it's a question for the city attorney, but is it a better option to just do nothing and then go to the next item?
Or pull it?
I think continuing it would be fine. What we can do is direct the staff to bring it back in, say, some reasonable amount of time. And in the event that that there is no agreement or there is no signed agreement, then the staff can report back to you on that.
Okay.
Can we just make a motion to table it indefinitely? And then it just comes back when it's ready? That'd be a better way to do
You
this.
could do that also.
Okay.
I'll make that motion.
Motion to table indefinitely. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion is second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. We'll move to next item, E3.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Item E3 essentially is a follow-up to item E2. Pending approval of an annexation agreement, the next item would be for staff to request that City Council adopt a resolution of application, essentially recommending the application for annexation to LAFCO, for LAFCO to initiate proceedings for annexation. However, before we can make that recommendation to the City Council, we would like for, of course, the property to be pre-zoned, which in this case it has, and secondly, for the property to have received an approved annexation agreement. Because there is no annexation agreement at this time, staff would also recommend that this item be tabled as well as it was as the previous item. Are there any questions for staff?
Okay.
No.
Just want to open it for public hearing. Do we have any speakers?
No, Mr. Mayor?
I don't know.
We have.
I would question that.
We have one speaker.
All right. We were given an annexation agreement in August, and we immediately wrote the city asking to review the annexation agreement and correct some of the things that were just flat wrong in it. Nobody at the city responded. From August 16th, we finally got in and saw Billy because nobody at the city attorney's was responding. And Billy got Soren Diaz finally to respond on October 10th, 2 months after we had written a letter asking to make some corrections to this agreement. That's just last week. And he was too busy to get to it. And so Friday, I'll get to it Monday, today, this morning. And he comes up with a like 1 or 2 sentence correction. And we had 4 things that we needed corrected, and he came up with a correction for one of them, and then flat refused to discuss the rest. So I have to waste your time doing that. I don't want to waste your time doing it. I'd prefer to settle it at the staff level. That's what I've done for 50 years. But if the guy won't talk to you, you can't deal with him. So anyway, here's the 4 issues. If I could, Billy, could you just pass it around? It's a simple one. Just one page. It's 4 issues. And both these 2 issues, which are what's called the Silva property, the Silva property and the Pereira property are both right on Santa Anita Road and right at Chapel. So anyway, there's 4 issues here. Paragraph 3 goes on for quite a bit, and this is down towards the end, and it simply says that if you're compelled by a court of law to, if it's compelled, which as far as I can tell, the Superior Court's already ruled in the county's favor, and it's up to appellate court, and who knows how they're going to rule. But it says, we will pay. We have always paid the fees that we were billed. We have never, ever not paid the fees to the city when we were building houses. So the law is very clear on that. It says, even if the fee we think is, not supportable, we still must pay the fee, and then we have the right to file a protest, it's called, and within 180 days file a lawsuit, or we lose. And that's the law.
Thank you very much.
Excuse me?
I said thank you very much. The 3 minutes. Thank you.
Are you really cutting me off?
No, I thought you were finished. It was the 3 minutes, so I thought you timed it perfectly.
It's got 6 more minutes, too, on the next two items.
Well, on the next items.
Well, we'll deal with it. If you can't work things out at the staff level and the applicant can't speak at the hearing, how am I supposed to resolve this? How are we supposed to resolve it, Mayor?
Well, again, you're working with the attorneys on this, and as soon as
Well,
he
isn't.
Well,
he isn't the council. You're the council. How are we supposed to resolve it?
Mr. Bickle,
We have staff for it.
their staff is going to work with you on this.
They haven't been.
They will work with you on this.
Is that correct?
Is that correct, City Manager?
Well, there's a couple of things. I think that we, Mr. Bickle's attorney, Mrs. Kemp, I think finally got some response from Soren. We went back because Soren Diaz was our former city attorney who has a lot of experience with the property tax sharing agreement in general, represent JRG as still representing the city as it relates to those cases. We felt that it was the most appropriate firm to go ahead and continue working along with these things. I'm not sure. I hopefully you got copies of that letter from Soren the other day. I think hopefully Mrs. Kemp got the same letter. And really, the council on behalf of the city is still adamant or requesting or recommending to the city council that they don't make adjustments to the existing pre-annex or the existing annexation agreement. I think that we can, Mr. Bickle and Christine and Soren can still have conversations and see if there is any give and take on some of the issues. I think it's, like I said, I think there's going to be fundamental differences, but I don't know. We can continue to try it and do something. That's
at the end of the day, there's still work to do.
Yeah,
on this. So, Councilmember Clower.
That's not what your attorney said.
Your
attorney said that we either took this agreement as he wrote it with all the mistakes in it. I'm going to make one observation just because it's so clear that you understand why we need this agreement to be adjusted. I don't generally stand up before you. We try and settle at the staff level. He wrote back on this morning and said, here it is. This is the only sentence I'm willing to go. I'm not willing to talk about, I'm not even willing to discuss the rest of it. Either take it or leave it. That's not the way you're supposed to treat somebody that's raising legitimate issues. And it comes down to a fairly simple one. It's just one of the four issues. The existing agreement says the subject property shall not be annexed before the recordation of a final map. That's what it says for the residential development. You have to be annexed first before you can do a final map, right? Nobody disagrees with that, do they? That's not what this agreement says, and it needs to be adjusted to read before recording of any final map for residential development, the subject property shall be annexed. Okay, that makes sense. He won't even discuss it.
Mr. Bickle, I appreciate
And I'm not going to sign an agreement that doesn't make sense.
Great.
And I've been held up for 2 months now. You've processed the other people who got annexed. This thing has an EIR that's already been approved. We've been pre-zoned. All we're waiting for and all I've been delayed for was this stupid annexation agreement that's wrong. And I need to have somebody who's rational to talk to get this taken care of.
Okay, Mr. Bickle, thank you. Again, this is issues for the attorneys, staff to work out, and then when it's worked out, it can come back to the council. Mr. Clower, you had a comment?
That's not. Can I come back next week and tell you how little they got accomplished in the intervening week?
Feel free to call me.
Because nothing's gotten accomplished in the last weeks.
Okay. Mr. Clower, you had a comment?
Yeah, so it sounds like there may be some issues. I think there's some things that the city's not going to bend on.
That's fine, but these are...
Can I
these are-
please speak,
yeah,
sir?
I'm sorry.
You cut me
Absolutely.
off the last time when it was my turn to speak. So just to be very clear, there's things that we're going to cover our butts on because that's what our job is to do.
That's fine. We aren't...
And
that's resting.
you said that we've held you up and other people have gone through, but they signed the agreement.
Yep.
That's the thing. So if you would like the agreement changed, that's going to take time, that's going to take effort. This came up on a previous project that you had that you tried to have a different agreement. So if you have an issue with the city attorney, hopefully the staff can work that out, but there's not going to be everything that's in red or crossed out. I don't imagine that you're going to get that. And I know that I'm not going to support it if staff says that we shouldn't do it. And that's just my rule that I've lived under for the last 4 years. So I appreciate you coming, and I'm glad you've had an opportunity to speak. But like I said, people who've moved forward agreed to the agreement. If it needs changes, work with staff.
Yeah. Vice Mayor Luna.
Yes, I want to direct my comments to Bill. Bill, when Soren Diaz left, because we were in the process of changing law firms at that time, when he left, we agreed that some of the work that he's doing with the city would continue on a contract agreement, and I believe this might have been one of them.
That is correct. Well, certainly not necessarily specific to Mr. Bickle and the annexations agreement for individuals, but the overall discussion about the property tax sharing agreement and annexation agreements were clearly part of JRG's extension of their contract. When we were having that communication difficulty, that's when I said, and I talked to Jason, I'm sorry, our current city attorney Jason Everson, about moving it over to JRG and Soren. So that's who's basically working on it on behalf of the city right now.
So moving forward, can we just have Mr. Soren
Yes,
Diaz come back and actually find some kind of solution with Mr. Pickle and this agreement and bring it back?
Yes, I will. I have no problem making sure that Mr. Diaz has communication with either Hugh Bickle or his attorney or both to make sure that there's at least some discussion going on.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. This is.
We can't really. That was a. Can I say something?
Yes, you can.
I sometimes it's how you perceive things. I thought that Miss Kemp's letter was a little bit offending when I read it. It kind of turned me off. I didn't like that part of it. I think if they were to maybe tone that down a bit, they might get a better result. That's my opinion.
Thank you. As I've mentioned many of times, the concern or the problems I have with annexing properties at this point is we don't have all these problems worked out. And this is what we're going to continue to experience when we keep rushing forward to annex properties. We need to finish these issues so we can do this correctly. So I understand the problems everybody's facing, but we need to make sure we do it right. And I appreciate you coming forward and pointing out that this is an item that pretty much needs to be tabled indefinitely until we get those answers. Is there any other comments? No, there was no other speakers.
I don't have any more speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, is there a motion to table this indefinitely?
So moved.
I think we have to close.
We didn't close the public hearing. Close public hearing.
Motion to table this item indefinitely.
Motion, is there a second?
Second.
Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. Move to item E4.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Items E4 and E5 are essentially the same as we did with items E2 and E3. E4 is another property within these same group of 13 parcels. This item is for the Silva property. Again, Mr. Bickle has an option to purchase this property. This property is actually fronting Santa Ana Road, and again, the annexation agreement talks about the property owner, upon annexation, will be abiding by the City of Hollister policy. The annexation agreement also indicates that not only the property is going to be annexed, but all the public right-of-way that fronts the property, all the width and the length of Santa Ana Road. And it also talks about the master tax sharing agreement. So again, because there was no signature on behalf of the property owner, the city staff recommends that this item also is tabled to a date indefinite.
Okay. Are there any questions or comments from council? Okay, at this point, we'll open public hearing. Do we have any speakers?
We have no speakers, Mr. Mayor.
At this point, we will close public hearing. Is there a motion to table indefinitely?
So moved.
Second.
Motion and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
Thank you.
We'll move to item E5.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Item number E5 is essentially an application, a resolution of application by the City Council requesting that the property, LAFCO initiates proceedings for annexation of the property for Mr. Hugh Bickle. But because the annexation agreement was tabled to date uncertain, we also recommend that this item is also tabled to an uncertain date until we are able to work with Mr. Bickle and have that annexation agreement signed, come before you, and then at that time we'll also have a resolution of application.
Okay.
Are there any questions for staff?
Any questions, comments? Okay, at this time we'll open public hearing.
We have no speakers, Mr. Mayor.
This time we will close public hearing. Is there a motion to table indefinitely?
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
We'll move to item E6. This item, I've been told one of my building partners might be part of this application, so I'm going to recuse myself and pass the gavel to Vice Mayor Luna. Thank you.
Okay, moving on to item six. Item 6, Fallon Farms LLC. Maria?
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. The item before you tonight is for the approval of a conditional cannabis use permit and development agreement for a cultivation facility at 90 Fallon Road. I did have a PowerPoint. I'm not sure if it did. The proposed facility is located on approximately 4 acres, a little bit over 4 acres. It's undeveloped parcel within the light industrial zoning district, located north of Fallon Road and east of San Felipe Road, and there are no sensitive uses such as schools, residential areas, or religious facilities. If it's the desire of the City Council tonight to approve the conditional use permit and development agreement, the applicant would then be able to apply for a site and architecture, which would require Planning Commission approval. With that said, staff recommends that the City Council approve the conditional cannabis use permit and development agreement for Fallon Farms. On the screen, what I have is just a little bit to showcase the location. It's the project location is right. It's the triangle shape, and then just a little bit specifics of the property. And it's working. Thank you.
UP or whatever it is. 'Cause I see stuff that we've approved, and it doesn't look like there's actually any business going on. It looks like construction for ever and ever and ever.
Yeah. Like I said, most have been into existing facilities, so it's kind of hard to see the improvements. But there's about 3 facilities are already operating that went into existing facilities.
Thank you, Maria.
Okay. Any other comments from City Council?
Nope.
Okay. So Maria, you mentioned 3 different businesses.
Yeah.
Are they all on the report that we received?
No, those have been previously approved.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. At this time, since this is a public hearing, we'll go ahead and open it up for public hearing. Any commentaries or any comments from?
I have no speaker cards.
No speaker card. All right. We'll close the public hearing and we'll bring it up to council level. And what is the desire of this council?
Motion to approve resolution number 2018-255.
Second.
Okay. Motion second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay. Motion carries.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Cannabis Affairs Manager.
She's a sweetheart.
Do you guys need another break, or everybody's fine? You want a break? No? Good to go. All right. We're going to move to item F1.
Good evening again, Mayor, Council members. This next item is a resolution requesting to establish an in lieu parking fee for properties located in the downtown area. The parking in lieu fee would allow development projects or conversion of uses to pay a designated fee. In this case, would be the in lieu fee if providing off-street parking is not met as they are required by the zoning code. The City of Hollister Municipal Code establishes on-site parking standards for all uses in all zoning districts, including the downtown area, which is zoned as mixed-use, commercial, and residential. Under the code, all users are responsible for complying with the parking provisions of Chapter 17.18 of the Hollister Municipal Code. The City of Hollister recognizes that the properties in the downtown area that are not near the parking assessment district have unique difficulties meeting the parking requirements of the zoning code. The requirement for provision of off-street parking requirements on site has become a barrier for adaptive reuse and infill development of properties in the downtown area. The purpose of the in lieu parking fee is to generate all of the revenue required to replace parking on a one-to-one basis. The parking requirements set forth in the Hollister Municipal Code may be satisfied in whole or in portion by a payment of the in lieu parking fee, which shall be established at $10,000 per space. This fee was based on the property value and construction cost. With that, staff recommends that the City Council adopts a resolution establishing the in lieu parking fee for properties located in the downtown area.
Okay.
Are there any questions for staff?
Yeah, I have questions and comments, because when we had this before us a month ago or a few weeks ago, one of the things I pointed out was we can't afford to make a mistake on this. And let's get some information, some documentation from other cities that are doing this, because it is incredibly expensive to build parking. And I keep shaking my head when I see $10,000 per space, because I see a lot of these projects, and I know the cost of building parking structures are upwards of $60,000 to $80,000 a space. And this is going to be something that we don't get it right and understand what other people have learned, other communities, we're going to make a big mistake, and we're never going to be able to recoup that cost, and we're going to be stuck. I specifically asked that we bring in information, studies from different cities, so we're clear on how other communities are doing it, what they're requiring, how much they're charging for it, and how much the true cost of a parking structure is. Have you happened to look into the cost of a parking structure?
Yes. Within the report, there's a section that shows the different fees that are collected with other cities. It is really difficult to try to match a city that is exactly like Hollister. I was able to research and actually get in contact with some of the cities that have the same type of deal. In this case, Morgan Hill, Redwood City, and some of the other cities, and they usually range between $18,000 to $65,000. Mountain View, Palo Alto, those cities, because of cost of acquiring the land is really expensive, so that's why it brings the prices. The way that we designed this, and that's why we came up with the $10,000, was based on the construction cost and also the acquisition of the property as well.
So let's use an example. 100-space parking garage. What would you estimate the cost of that would be?
To build it,
Build a 100-space parking garage.
what depends on the time that the city decides to build the parking structure.
Today, what's the estimated? The parking garage that was built, how much was that?
That was 20 years ago. It was like just over 6 or just under 6.
Always the butt of the
Yeah,
joke, so here.
Yeah, it's about back
Don't build
20 years
that now
ago.
for $6 million.
No, you can't build it for $6 million nowadays.
That's why we're good we built that.
No, but I think one of the things that we were, I mean, I don't know if we necessarily pictured us ever needing, how do I frame this better? So this situation will likely only exist when we're talking about reusing existing structures or existing square footage. I don't think it's ever intended to meet a 100-space demand. The area, quite frankly, isn't necessarily that big. So we expected to deal basically or mostly with surface lots. In addition to the surface lot, as you know, we have faults that are running through our city, and many times a construction of a new building or a substantial rehab may not even be able to be feasible, and so you end up with some land that can't be used for anything other than surface parking. So I think how it was sort of designed, and Christian, please tell me if I'm wrong. I never care if somebody tells me I'm wrong. What we generally used is a reasonable amount, at least currently, for a price of square footage of land, which we had about I think $10 or $12 a square foot. Plus, we basically included what that cost for improvement to a surface lot of X amount of dollars, and that was based on some Caltrans information for the space of the site of the actual vehicle space, plus any backup and alley and any front loading area. So, not necessarily just a 10 by 20 spot for a garage, but it'd be the 10 by 20 for the car, plus 25 feet of the backup area, et cetera. So it was just under, I think, when we did it a couple times, it was just under 10,000. We bumped it up to 10,000 just to accommodate for cost. Again, I don't think that the city isn't necessarily using this mechanism to have an out for any developer or any way. Again, I think it's mostly just for that existing square footage that's downtown that is underutilized, so to speak.
So let me ask the question then. Are we talking about existing structures or are we talking about new structures?
We're mostly talking about existing structures.
Is that clear in this document that this fee only applies to existing structures, not new structures?
It is not.
Okay.
And I will say that the idea is going through the planning commission. If, let's say, we're starting from scratch and there's a new building, we certainly want there to be as much on-site parking as possible. But the way our zoning code is written for some of these higher density areas, it's very difficult to not only get the parking requirements for, say, an apartment building, but we also have outside private area, a lot of open space and it just doesn't all fit. So as a way to sort of mitigate that portion of it, if a site can only accommodate 10 parking spaces, but the zoning code requires it to have 15, there would be that option for those people to put that last 5 spaces into the program. It's never intended to just let somebody go property line to property line and then I'm going to pay for parking somewhere else. But it is an option for those folks to utilize upstairs. I don't mean to take a lot of time, and I apologize.
No, please take a lot of time, because this is very important topic here.
The greatest example, or one of the good examples that we have, and I apologize, I don't know who owns the building right now, but it used to be owned by a lady by the name of Deborah Wood. It was Drapel's, and that's kind of what I remember, sort of adjacent to or next door to AJ's Sushi. Upstairs on that building, you have a large area that's completely underutilized. She had talked to the city several times about redoing that and creating some units up there. The problem is that she has absolutely nowhere to put parking, and she's not within the district. So in order for her to create a unit that would get approved by the city council, et cetera, go through the site and architectural process for those things, she would have to provide on-site parking. and there's just absolutely nowhere for her to do that. So this would be an option in that case, or whoever owns that building right now, to say, okay, if I'm building 4 units up there and I need 8 parking spaces, then they can come to the city, go through the process of doing, getting the housing units done, and say, okay, the city requires there to be 8 parking spaces. You can pay the in lieu fee of $80,000, and we can move forward with the project.
Correct. And I agree with you on existing buildings, because we do have those buildings, and business owners are going to try to spend money renovating a building and then trying to make this all work. That I agree with, and that is fair. What I'm saying is, for new buildings over a certain square footage, we need to make sure they're providing parking in that structure, that building they have, or they're paying the fee to build the parking structure, because this is going to be a problem in our community. Every parking lot we have is pretty much full all day long, and we absolutely need more already. So the only way we're really going to go anywhere is going to be going up. So we have to acknowledge the fact that the next parking area is going to be a structure. This is why I'm asking, what is the cost of 100 stalls in a parking structure, new parking structure? We need to know these costs so we don't make this mistake, because it will be costly, very costly, to try to fix that. And then we're going to bear the brunt of this whole thing. So let's just take our time to do this right. Let's understand the true cost of a parking structure, 100 cars, because that's probably what we're going to need the next parking structure to handle. I know every time I come back in town, this is why I get 4 or 5 tickets a year here in downtown, because I could drive around the parking lots behind my buildings, and it's jam-packed. And I pull back around, park for an hour, I forget I'm there, and come back, and I have a ticket. So it's very limited as far as parking right now. So existing buildings, I agree with you. Newer buildings, we're going to have newer buildings coming in. We have to do this correctly, or we're going to have a problem. And I don't want to be going, 5 years, 10 years down the road, and somebody saying, well, how come we didn't think about this? We have $100,000 in the kitty here, but we have a $8 million parking structure. Who's paying for it? Then we're going to have to turn back to the taxpayers and say, well, sorry, we need you to pay for this because, well, we just didn't really think it through when we decided this. This is a critically important item. That's why I'm spending so much time on this. It is very important we get this right, or we are going to pay the price.
And I
or
want
the public is.
Clarify something. Within the resolution, there's a section that states that essentially if it's a new development, if it's a vacant parcel, we have the option to say you need to provide the parking on site. That's something that the Planning Commission is going to require. This option, the parking in lieu fee, is more for the structures that are already there that are contributing to the historic district. There are some units that you can take down and rebuild for that matter. So in this case, we don't foresee many people coming in saying we're going to pay the in lieu fee so that we could build more units. It's more an option for people that already have a building that is being vacant for the past 10 years and wants to put offices. Because even with an office, you're required to put one parking space for every 250 square feet of office. So that's something that is not doable for a unit that is already on a zero lot line. So in this case, this will just facilitate for those folks that actually require that.
Yeah, and again, I just want to make sure that we're taking the time to do it right. We have a new council member here. I think this is one of those items that we should have a ad hoc committee looking at different cities and what they're doing. It's very important. And again, existing structures is one item, but we're growing as a community in downtown. We all know we have issues right now with parking, so let's take our time to do this right, not just rush into something. Councilmember Clower?
Christian, if I'm hearing you correctly, what you're saying is for new structures, the in lieu fee usage wouldn't be by right.
Correct.
Okay, so then I personally don't see a reason why we couldn't move forward with this, because we would have a chance to say no every single time that somebody wanted to use this for a new structure. I like having problems with parking because that means there's stuff going on. That means there's people to go to the businesses. Those buildings have the building across from the vault on the south side of 5th Street, right down the street, has sat there for 40, 50 years. It's not going to be able to put any parking anytime soon.
Correct.
So we can wait longer, or we can start reviewing these one by one as they come in and actually hopefully see some projects. Because my feeling is if we don't start doing these type of things, then we're just kind of giving lip service to the idea of revitalizing downtown. Because what have we actually done to revitalize downtown? And that's a rhetorical question, and the answer is very little. We had the survey done for the faults, and then it was expensive, but we didn't go through and make sure that everything else was cleared. So here's an opportunity, if we go forward with this, to actually do something for at least the buildings that are already existing, see what comes of it. If we don't want to give somebody 10 in lieu fee parking spots on a new building, we just say, hey, design your building a different way.
Correct.
I just don't see any reason why we couldn't move forward, and then if we had to, bring it back, adjust it.
And as I mentioned, this is something that essentially, if it's a new building, even if it's an existing building that requires a certain architectural, it has to go through the planning commission, and it has to meet parking requirements. So the city has the power to say, yes, you're a new building, you're not offering any type of parking because you're trying to put 10 units, reduce the amount of units so that you can provide the parking on site. So.
Okay, so no in lieu parking space is by right. You've got to get a permit. You can't just decide you're going to do it.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Again, Vice Mayor Luna.
So, what I'm hearing and what I understand is the fact that this type of parking in lieu might even encourage the property owners there downtown to actually develop the upstairs of these buildings, because really there's no parking anywhere. And if you go through the alley, if you go behind AJ, that you say, people are parking in those alleys. And you know what? I don't think it's safe for people to be parking because people make shortcuts nowadays through alleys. And I don't know if you've noticed that, but I have. And I think the building that years and years ago, and our chief could probably agree with me, was the State Market. And the State Market had housing above it. That building is still there. Now there are different businesses, but nothing is up above it anymore. Across the street, the Hollister Bakery, there was apartments upstairs. I think the only building right now with the other apartments is the one next to Jesse's upstairs.
Correct.
Where there's existing apartments. That's downtown housing as well. But with the parking lots that are within the city, I see them full from time to time, but they're full in the morning when everybody's going to breakfast to those restaurants or for dinner when people are there. But during the day, they're not. But you know what? I really feel that if we found this parking for the downtown area, I think it will encourage people to start really thinking about bringing life back into our downtown. And I agree with it. I think we have to look at this. And I also agree with the mayor that in the future, any new buildings coming in, of course, they'll have to bring in their parking structures or parking for their tenants or for any other property that they're considering to put downtown. But this is a start. And I really feel like it's time that we look at this, because after all, in the streets downtown, it's limited parking, limited time, and we just don't want our residents to be getting tickets just because they're parking downtown. But I really believe that this is time that we move forward on something like this. So thank you for the report.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Leonard.
Please. Christian, I want to clarify, first of all, that the parking assessment district downtown is in that green area. So some of those buildings are going to be in the parking assessment district. I'm sorry. So when you're outside, you're doing the in lieu thing. Here's my question. What has the city done in planning to identify our next surface lot? Because I know that if you're going to propose in lieu fee, then I want to see where the parking lot's going to be. Because you're going to propose an in lieu fee, is the parking lot going to come 10 years later? one of those people out parking. I'm really crunched over there on the 800 block. But that's my question. Do you have any plans? Because I know that it was always a plan in engineering, planning for surface lots.
That's correct. I do not have that answer. I could get back to you and definitely answer your question. I know that engineering had some projects that they had in mind, but I can't recall from the top of my head which piece of property in particular was something that the city wanted to designate for parking.
So how much in loose fee would you anticipate you need to do a surface lot of 30 spaces, let's say? I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but for me, it's pay the fee and let's get a parking area. Not pay the fee, and nobody has anywhere to park. So I want to know the plan for that surface lot.
Yeah,
I understand on the parking structure. I think that's a little bit down the road. But that's my question. Where's your next lot going to be?
So what we can do, what we can do is, it is difficult to identify a lot because then all of a sudden you're identifying somebody's piece of property in the future to go ahead and do something without actually going through the process of obtaining it. A lot of times we do things when there's obviously an opportunity to achieve whatever goal that is. And like I said, a lot of times it may just boil down to the fact that there's a fault running through it, and the property owner may have no other use for it other than a parking lot. So it's kind of a difficult question. But I mean, we can look at where some potential lots may be in the future. Whether it's I hate to say a big business name downtown, but there is a relatively large business out there that doesn't have a building on a big portion of their lot. So like I said, I'd rather not go down that sort of path.
I just want assurance that you're actively pursuing property for another lot since you're going to take the fee. Yeah. And we need more parking. That's a fact. But if we're going to take the fee, then get aggressive with the planning. Because if you don't have anywhere for them to park, what do you do with the fee?
Well, again, I guess we don't necessarily need to sit down and speak hypotheticals, but next to the Nino real estate offices, there's a private lot that is, what is it?
The Gunnels lot.
The Gunnels lot is just to the north of them.
Correct.
So, I mean, with something that's almost halfway approved, that might be an option in the future if that was for sale, to purchase that piece of property and provide some on-street parking. I don't think that's 30 spaces, but nevertheless, that's an option.
Where are you planning on doing the lot if you're going to collect the fee? You need to get started now.
And I fully agree, and that's a very good point you're making, and it's kind of what I'm saying here. We're trying to get something done, but we don't really have a clear picture of what we're trying to accomplish. I would rather see an ad hoc committee. We're lucky enough to have a planner now on board that understands this.
Great.
And we just need to make sure we need to make sure we do this right, because again, it's very tough during the day to find parking in our downtown and those parking lots.
You've got a parking structure right next
No, but I know right around my building here, and I know over there.
Take it out.
I always get them back on front of my building.
You got a parking structure.
Well, I park behind my building, and when there's parking.
I used to tell people in the city, you guys are parking all over.
No, and I agree with you. And I park back there, but a lot of times it's already full. It gets full during the day.
That's not what everybody says, but I managed that building for 6 years, and it's more fuller than people think.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So I would like to see, again, more time spent on this. I'd like to see an ad hoc committee to get the answers. Councilmember Lenore's pointed out, we can't just collect and hope. We need to have a plan in place of what we're trying to accomplish so we can get it accomplished sooner rather than later. But without a plan, we're just going to talk about it. This has been a conversation for years and years and years. So I'd rather see the ad hoc committee put together on this, get a good understanding of what we're trying to accomplish, and get it done right the first time, rather than coming back and saying, oops, made a mistake.
Didn't we have an interview program before, a long time ago? This isn't the first time.
No, you know what's interesting is, and again, you can correct me if I'm wrong, because
I think it's always been identified in our municipal code, like there is an in lieu fee program available, but it's never been implemented. There's never been anything that suggests what actually we're trying to get at, and that's kind of what Christian was tasked with, is taking what's currently in the municipal code and trying to put together a program to implement that. So it's in there. It's never been in practice.
I believe in the theory, but I want to know where you're going to park the car.
Okay.
That's all, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, any other questions from council? Do we have any speaker cards on this item?
No, Mr. Mayor.
No.
That's not correct.
Oh.
Oh,
That's what happens
Marty
after 9
Richmond.
o'clock. Marty, we start forgetting
Everybody
things.
did early this time.
Sorry, I'm sorry, Marty.
Which is why you guys are all speaking on this item, because you saw me bring it up. Marty Richmond from Hollister. Well, you're a breath of fresh air.
Thank you.
That was exactly my point. Was you can't take the $10,000, put it on the ground, and park the car on it. That's the way I was going to put it, which is exactly what you're saying. And the cost-wise, you should do it in reverse. In other words, we should have a plan on where we're going to buy the off-street or the flatland parking, if you want to call it that, and get a good estimate of what it's going to cost. We don't have to tell people what we're going to pay, but so we have a bargaining position, and then work it backwards and say, okay, that's 20 spaces. It's going to cost this much. Divide it by 20, and that's how much we need per space. That's the one issue I was going to bring up. Exactly, because we got empty spaces downtown. We got the place behind the liquor store, which I always said would be a great parking lot for the two restaurants over there that are always jamming up the street. And everybody goes, well, they don't want to sell it, they don't want to use it, all they want to do is put a chain link fence around it. Okay, something's wrong. So, there's a price for everything. We have the place behind the Briggs building that turns himself into a parking lot every time there's something good going on downtown, and then closes up and isn't a parking lot when there's nothing going on. So, that should be a surface parking lot too. So we got to do that. But the other thing I was going to mention from my management experience, which is not limited, I've been a manager a long time in private industry and both in public service, which is, if you have a thought on how this is supposed to be used, put it in the regulation, or it will not. If it's not codified, it will get lost. If it's your intention that it be used primarily for existing buildings, put it in the regulation, so that and you want to make a bailout on it. You want to say, under extraordinary conditions, the Planning Commission and the City Council can approve use on new construction, so you have a way to get out of it in case you decide you get 99% of the parking and you want to give them 1 or 2 spaces. Put it in the regulation, rather than having some group come in here, newly elected, 10 years from now and trying to read your mind on what you had in mind, because this discussion will be put into the minutes and it will go away. Nobody will go back and look 2 years before into the minutes and say, gee, I wonder what they were thinking when they wrote this regulation. Nobody does that. So if you want something, if you have a philosophy on how to use anything from chocolate bars to parking spots, put it in the regulation. So I do agree on that, and I think it should be primarily for existing. And I do think we ought to identify, if we don't tell people downtown because we don't want to negotiate, publicly, we ought to at least do it privately, internally, within the city. We ought to identify what we think the parking lots are going to be, what we think they're going to cost, and then take that cost and run it in reverse. Otherwise, we will wind up, first of all, it's going to change every year, and second of all, we'll wind up eating the cost differential, and that's not going to be good. So thank you for bringing all my thoughts to the top of the table. I appreciate it. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Do we have any others? Nobody
Nope,
else standing
doesn't
up?
look like it.
What
I have
think
no speaker cards, I can say that.
What I would like to do, with the consensus of the council, is create an ad hoc committee, appoint Councilmember Lenore and myself to really work with you, dig deep, make sure we have answers to these things, because it is very important. And Councilman Lenore is absolutely correct. We need to have that plan up front. What are we trying to purchase? How many spaces? What does it really cost us? And so on. So I think this is something we should take the time to do right and do some research on it. There's cities that are doing some good stuff out there, and cities that have not made the right moves, and you can see the problems out there. So let's go out there and do some research. And if the council's all right with that, we can create an ad hoc committee. I'd like to do that.
Mr. Mayor, I believe in ad hoc committees, but I also believe in putting some time frame on the ad hoc committee so that they can come back and report back as to what they have worked on and what recommendations they're making. Because after all, I think, this is very important to move forward. But again, if you want to put together an ad hoc committee to study it, then I really believe that there should be a time frame as to how long you're going to study it and bring it back.
I agree with you.
Okay?
I absolutely agree with you. Say 90 days. Councilmember Clark?
Do we need to have an item on an agenda that actually says this?
Yeah, no, we're just talking about it. It's probably more proper to come back and have an ad hoc committee agendized rather than forming one tonight with this item.
Cool. Okay, so we can table this at this point. If we motion to table this indefinitely until we...
Yeah, or you can direct staff to put the you can direct staff to put an item on the agenda
motion
for next time to develop the ad hoc committee, and then we can go from there.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so there's a motion for that.
Do we need a motion for that, or can we just tell you to do it?
Yeah, I got it.
Just off consensus. Okay.
I'm hearing you.
Okay. Thank you, guys. All right, so let's get
But
on
there's
to-
a resolution on here, so I'm going to need,
you do need a motion.
I need a motion, please.
Or we could just do nothing, right?
You could, it could die due to lack of motion. That's correct.
Okay. Is there a motion? Okay. Since there's no motion, it dies for lack of a motion.
Thank you.
A slow death. Thank you. All right, let's move to item F2.
Good evening, council members. This resolution 2018-257 would authorize the city manager to execute an agreement between the city and the San Diego County Arts Council for 3 benches at Dunn Park. Staff is recommending that the city council approve the resolution. The report explains that there was a request for qualifications and proposals for 4 benches. The 4th bench was not included in the agreement because there were some issues with financing that have been sorted out. So we're recommending that you receive the report. The Arts Council will be presenting a more complete description of the project, the bench project, and that you direct staff to return with an agreement for the 4th bench on the consent calendar for the November 5th meeting. And we have a PowerPoint that will accompany this report.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. I'm Jennifer Lane, Executive Director of the San Benito County Arts Council, and I'm also a member of the City of Hollister's Public Art Review Committee, which is a joint committee between the Arts Council, the City of Hollister, and the Hollister Downtown Association. We're about 2.5 years into our existence as a Public Art Review Committee, and this is our 3rd project that we've looked at. So what I'm going to show you today is we're actually going to show you 4 benches that kind of made it to the final round for our Activate Dunn Park project. Just a brief, 1-minute history. The Activate Dunn Park project is a program of the San Diego County Arts Council. Some of you may know we received a grant from the California Arts Council to revitalize the park, make it more engaging for young kids and families, and we've been working closely with the planning department and with Public Works and Hollister Rec to do that. So about a year ago, because in ancient history, at some point, a mini skate park was proposed for Dunn Park, we kind of went in with that concept. It didn't make it past Planning Commission. So we kind of went back to the drawing table, convened a number of neighborhood workshops, and came up with a list of priorities for the park. And one of the big challenges that residents and neighbors were discussing about the park was that there was limited shade, limited seating, and the seating that did exist was in the barbecue area was mainly occupied, day and night by the transient population. So rather than do a mural on the skate park, which did not gain any ground, we decided to use our public art funding that we, again, received through the California Arts Council and make the artwork functional. So we came up with this concept of artist benches, and we worked with a online public arts management company called CodaWorks, who helped us distribute a call nationally, and then we were able, as a review committee, to go on, score and rank the applicants, and we went through 2 rounds. So initially we had 16 applicants, mostly from California, although we had 2 applicants, one from Wisconsin and one from Colorado. 6 finalists were invited to submit full proposals, and then we interviewed them here by phone and looked at their artwork at our August 27th meeting. The Public Art Review Committee then selected their final 4 applicants. That went back to the Arts Council's Board of Directors as the commissioning agency, who agreed with that recommendation, and now we're here before you today. So all the funding for these projects are coming from the Arts Council through our grant funds. So I'd like to show you the work. So this is the first one. It's called Bench Blocks, and it's actually kind of the most sort of minimalist. And I would say going in, some of the committee members maybe weren't as excited about this, but when we actually heard from the artist, it was really interesting, talking about how modern playground design is really centered around perch on it, and swings tell you to swing on it. And this is house design for any of you design nerds out there, so it was kind of like vibrant colors. So he chose yellow, any color, but it's a series of 3 concrete blocks that are stacked. Design concept there. You can sit on the lean up against them. So, and this would be considered 1 per bench. So this is the first one. The second one by Randy Koloski, and I'm sorry, the artist before is based in Berkeley, California, and has some projects throughout the United States. The second bench here is also made of reinforced solid concrete. This is an artist based in has a studio in Los Angeles, but is also based in Oakland. This one's kind of the most sort of natural looking bench. It's the wave bench. And he's kind of riffing on the natural landscape, and I think a little bit the water demonstration garden there. So it's really meant to mimic a wave, and so it has this kind of like gentle seating. This third bench here, Colin Selig, he's also based in the Bay Area. He has work in the city of Palo Alto, city of Walnut Creek. He submitted actually 4 separate designs, and this is the one actually, oh, here we go. This is the concept, the fault line bench. So he was kind of basing his designs on different iconic images and attributes around Dunn Park. So this is meant to kind of comment on the fault that runs right through Dunn Park. This is made from a recycled propane tank, and then it's powder coated and colored. So a couple others, one he did sort of like on the adobe arches from the Adobe building, and another really interesting one was based on kind of the Victorian houses that surround the neighborhood, sort of like this asymmetrical reclining sofa. This fourth one, this artist actually is from Colorado, and this one is not being proposed in the agreement, but we hope to bring it back on November 5th because we had some, she was really wanting to accept the commission, but it was a little bit costly for her to get the work out here. So, but we're able to work with her on some of the shipping costs. So this is baseball benches. So it's a set of 3 benches, 2 smaller ones and 1 larger one. And you can see in the schematic, you can sit on them. You can also imagine kids kind of running and jumping on them. These are made from limestone that she carves. And We don't have any specific placement in mind yet for the benches. We hope to do this between the artists, the Arts Council, and the Public Works Department, and kind of figure out sort of the best placement. But we'll be working with Mike Chambliss on doing some kind of concrete basis to make sure the benches are really stable and secure. And a big role for the Public Art Review Committee is not just to consider the aesthetics, but we have a checklist where we're looking at the maintenance plan, the materials, what's this potentially going to cost down the line for maintenance or if there's vandalism. And so that's all included in your packet. I think that's about it. Do you have any questions?
Interesting.
Oh, and I'm sorry. Can I wait?
Go ahead.
Yeah, there was one other applicant that actually ranked very high. His name was Roberto Delgado and Rudy Calderon. They're based in LA. They had these really neat stone benches with photo transfer tiles, but a big part of their process was going into the community for 2 weeks and gathering old photos and transferring the photos onto these tiles. And so it didn't make a lot of sense. The committee decided some artists proposed to do all 4 benches. Others said they just wanted to do 1. The committee distinctly decided to have 4 distinct benches. So it really turns the project into we're just providing seating to a sculptural park with different sculptures as you walk around. This other team, Delgado, I would love if we could use them for another park. That's the last thing I'll say, because they were excellent as well, and we don't have a slide for them, but I'm happy to talk to you about that.
Okay. Councilmember Lenore? That's all right.
I think so you don't know the placement. I'm a little concerned. I like the square one, but I don't want the skateboarders to be able to get to it. So I don't know if you could put it on the lawn. It might make for some more maintenance when they're cutting the lawn. They're going to have to weed eat around it. I don't know. Whatever might be able to work out. The earthquake one, I'm worried about it turning into a sleeper because it's not wavy. And it looks like it would be too easy for somebody to sleep on it. It's what? It's going to fall in the middle.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. It looks pretty flat, right?
Yeah.
Anybody will try to sleep on that?
Yeah, I mean, that was one of the requirements, basically, that artists consider that the benches should deter sleeping and vandalism. I think, and I'm not 100% sure because we don't have sort of the side view, but the bench width is meant to accommodate persons of all abilities. But it could be because of that little fault line through the middle that if you were to stretch out long ways, it would be a little tight for one person.
I just want to close with thanking your organization for securing the grant. Thank you for caring about this 100-year-old park. It's very near and dear to me. I used to walk the Sacred Heart and back every day, and when I was a little girl, I would roll down the hill. We all did that. We rolled down the hill. I love this park. That's why I wasn't in favor of the skate park. But I feel like this. Whatever you propose, I'm just going to go with it. Because I'm really not an artist. But I appreciate your time, everybody's time, and good luck.
Thank you.
I appreciate you doing this.
Do you have a comment? No. Vice Mayor Luna?
Yeah, can you show us the wave bench?
Sure.
There
we go.
My husband and I were in Nevada, and I believe that's the bench that was in the Capitol lawns, and it didn't look very comfortable. And some of the people that I saw sitting there, and I didn't want to sit on it. I was sitting across from that bench, but it just didn't look that comfortable, and it wasn't that good looking. I mean, it stood out in the park there, but I really didn't like the sight of it, and I felt people that were sitting there were not comfortable. So, just my comment on that one.
Thank you.
So that kind of could be a good thing, right?
Yeah.
You don't want to sit too long. I love the block one, but my first instinct, as Councilman Lenore pointed out, if it's near a sidewalk, it's going to be a skate ramp for the skateboarders because they're very talented. They could probably make it to that higher step, right? I love the baseball ones too. Those are pretty cool. See, help me understand. You're saying each project, each bench would be $4,000? And that money would be coming from where?
The Arts Council.
The Arts Council?
Yeah, we're
You guys-
able to fund it entirely.
Wow.
Mhm.
Okay, well, I vote for the baseballs. I vote for the block one. Just keep them away from the sidewalk. And actually, I kind of like that one.
Yeah, I think I imagine if it's nice, smooth concrete, it's kind of like bucket seating that it can just be sort of smooth, but
Oh, and I really would love to see the ones with the pictures.
Yes, and I'm hoping, I would love to send you all a photo of that.
Yeah, that
It
would
would be
be
a great addition to any park.
Pretty cool.
I love art in the park.
Great.
Okay, so let's open up to public comment.
We're on F2, so there's no public comment that I'm
There's
aware
no
of.
public
No.
comment?
Yeah, we can go straight to motion.
Okay, is there a motion?
Move to approve resolution number 2018-257.
Second.
There's a motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion
And
carries.
do we have direction to bring the baseball agreement on the consent for November 5th?
The what, I'm sorry?
The baseball, that one isn't in this agreement.
It
Because
isn't.
they needed to work out the financing.
Oh,
and
okay,
they've
yeah.
done that.
No, that-
So
I like that one a lot.
direction to just bring that
Yeah.
agreement to be on consent, because you see, okay, thank you.
Okay.
Okay,
We had
thank
a-
you.
Thank you very much. All right,
F3?
F3.
I'll keep it brief. Christine, I have a presentation. Hang on. Okay, so I'm here to give our final report for the 2017-28 fiscal year. So to start out with the revenues. Our revenues came in definitely a lot higher than we projected by about $4 million over what we thought it was. Sorry, most of that came from, like I said, over $4 million over. The transfer from Measure E. Measure E came in about $1 million over our projections. Also, the engineering inspection charges, engineering charges were about another $1 million. Building permits were over about $200,000, and medical cannabis that we did not project at the beginning of the fiscal year was about $100,000. So, like I said, that was very good on revenue. Expenditures, I hate to say that we about $1 million over budget, but as I've been doing it every quarter, most of that came from fire with the overtime. So we've been kind of advertising that with you, but I just wanted to tell you that that's what happened. The one-time expenditures that we had for this year was about $2.3 million. That was the final 17-18. We finally paid off the side funds. We did the senior discounts, community grants, and/or library. TOT reimbursement, police vehicle and equipment. That was kind of a timing issue at the beginning of 17-18 or July of 2017. Paying the arborists and street repairs and some various equipment. Go ahead.
Brett, if we're going to have TOT reimbursements every year now, are we going to make that no longer a one-time expenditure?
Yeah, we'll make it no longer. It's kind of hard to we have to project it. We have it set up, but once they pay it off, it wouldn't be the expenditure anymore. But it's going to be for a while.
So what I'm saying is, could we add it into the regular budget since it's going to be there every year?
Yeah, we have it as a budget item now in 18.
This is just pulled out, or that's for the one we're in now? Okay,
Right.
thanks.
So, with all that said, our ending fund balance is now roughly $6.4 million. That's 2.2 over what we projected at the beginning of the fiscal year for 17-18. So that's really about a 25% reserve. If we backed out the one-time expenditures, that would be about $27.5 million. So one thing we want to put out there, you did receive money for housing of $500,000 that was not spent and is reserved for that. So we want, as part of what we recommend is that you reserve that $500,000 in the future for housing.
What do you need housing?
Silver Oaks gave, Mary probably can help me more on
Was
this
it the
one.
Chispa?
With Chispa, the Silver Oaks.
Shouldn't that be going out this year?
Well, go ahead. I'll click it.
It's affordable housing, correct?
Right.
They had a commitment for $1 million. 500,000 went to the Chispa Sunrise Apartments, and the other is for affordable housing.
Sorry, I don't want to get too far off topic, but wasn't that also supposed to go to that project as a match or something?
I don't recall, but I'm sorry. I think there was an issue, not an issue, but go ahead.
I think the 500,000 when Chispa applied for they were applying for tax credits.
This is our local match.
And that helped them leverage.
So that was the first 500,000 that did that?
Correct.
Okay.
So
Thank
it
you.
helped them get more points.
Thank you.
But the difference of that is sitting in the general fund to be used that for the future. So the two areas of concerns in the past is engineering allocating their costs to projects with all the building going on. They did go over budget, but their revenue came in about 191% of budget. So that shows that they are actually doing the work by bringing in the revenues. Fire department overtime, as you can see, it was well over what we budgeted. That kind of makes up our overages for the year. And now, like I say, if council ever wants me to look at other areas other than engineering and fire department, I would love to. Other departments that went over and we're kind of requesting your approval for supplemental appropriations to close out the year. There are some old funds that were out there that we part of it would be like SAFER. Some of the funds that we kind of overspent beyond the grant, we just want to close out those funds. That would be about $300,000. Information systems, salary adjustments. If somebody got a merit increase, more of a timing issue. Fire department, we already discussed about their overtime. Engineering, like I said, they put the time in on doing plan checks. Hazardous waste was a contract that we didn't anticipate. Police services were some office supplies and the equipment. Planning, their inspection fees. Code enforcement, same thing with personnel allocation. Vehicle maintenance was on the fire vehicles. Veterans building, Billy can probably correct me, the elevator has a phone line in it, so that's phone services, insurance. Recreation was personnel and instructors, and there was the construction or work that we had to do on 211 Fifth Street. Go ahead.
So the fire additional personnel overtime line item, is that all local overtime, or is any of that going to be reimbursed for when?
It won't be reimbursed. I mean, the fire contract is a set amount.
Okay.
Talking about if they went on strike leave?
Oh, strike, yeah.
I'm just hoping there's
help. We have received revenue. That's part of our revenue that came in. That was for reimbursement from Cal OSHA for some time what they did in past disasters and also strike teams.
But is that part of this?
Correct. It would be part of that for the strike team.
Do we know how much that number is so that I can really know exactly what?
I can get that to you.
$194,000.
Okay, so it's like maybe 850 or 900 after all said and done on the overtime.
About.
No, you said 100. How much did you say?
190.
194 coming off of this number. So say round it off 200.
790.
So I apologize to everybody, but I'm sorry because I tried for 4 years and I never figured this out and it never got any better. So I don't know how to fix this. I don't know I remember asking when we hired more firefighters if it was going to help with this, and it didn't. I don't know what. I'm gone in 6 weeks. I'm sorry, but I know about as much about why that is, what that is, as I did the first time I heard this. So.
Sometimes it fluctuates too, because when I was on the Measure E, it would be at 600, and then it would go way up. And I'm sure there's circumstances that are driving that.
Right. Your fire chief is here if you would like to ask him.
That was good.
I account for it.
Okay.
So just kind of, we had some other adjustments in the grant funds just for grant-related expenditures. We always did, part of the budget process, we talked about deferring some items to see if we had some additional one-time monies. There was about 1.2 million over that we had. We take the 500,000 out, and we recommend that you use 745,000 of the additional funding for items that were deferred. We have a command vehicle that was budgeted in 17-18, but it wasn't purchased. It's going to be purchased this year, so we've asked that budget to be rolled over. Police asked for the firing range and said that they could wait until we did the closeout of the year. Same with fire for the radios and the replacement equipment. Reconditioning a transfer truck bed. We talked about some improvements for the chamber and City Hall. The water blaster for cleaning the streets, that was the general fund portion. And then recommending putting the difference to the rainy day fund and equipment replacement, which would be all $70,000 each.
So let me ask, are you asking?
I'm not asking for, I'll bring a supplemental appropriation next council meeting for those items. All I'm asking for is the approval of the 17-18 additional expenditures.
Okay. I think as Councilmember Clower brought up, this issue with the fire that just keeps blowing up on us has to be addressed. We can no longer keep going with this. It's going to be a long, complicated conversation, as I pointed out before. This is not going to be something we just sit down here for 10, 15 minutes and talk about. This is a big conversation because it's hurting the city quite a bit. So we have to find the answer. I think part of what we're talking about here should be talked about with the new council so they get their input in this. Because it's very important we get to the point we talked about in the past of we've been fortunate with those extra funds, but if we don't turn them into one-time funds, we're going to find ourselves in trouble down the road.
Right.
And that's when we're going to be in serious trouble in this city. We're, again, fortunate to use it wisely, but if we're going to get to the point where there's not a lot left over and the downturn hits us, we have no way out. So I'm getting very concerned about some of those issues. So I think it's one of those conversations when the new council comes in that it's a day session and really going through this budget and understanding it clearly. Everyone needs to understand it clearly how it affects every department and what we need to do to get ready for it so we don't have those layoffs again. We never want to go back to that point. So that, I would say on that part, as far as the previous year you need the okay on, I'm fine with that. But
do you want me to bring, I kind of hear a little bit two things. One thing, bringing back with the new council, discuss the fire department's overtime. What I'm asking is, do you want me to bring for the next council meeting to spend some of this one-time money on one-time items?
I think the one-time monies that we have agreed upon in the past should move forward.
Okay.
I think if it's
because there were items in the budget that were deferred, and we said, well, we'll wait and make sure we have funds to spend before we spend them.
And those should move through.
Okay.
We all agreed on those. I think the other items we should wait till the new council has input on it because It's going to be their budget.
One question, please.
Yes.
I can't remember if I asked you this. So is the overtime is the county contract contributing to that overtime need? Do you suspect? No.
I mean, we suspect, yes. I mean, but
Not really.
It is not contributing to the overtime needs.
Okay.
There's a gap of about 9 firefighters that needs to be filled if we're going to
Yes.
support this contract.
Okay. Thank you.
That's why it's a full day conversation, because obviously it does affect us. It's any way you spend it, it's money it's costing the city.
Okay.
Vice Mayor Luna had a comment.
Yeah, Brad, when we approved the 2-year budget, I specifically asked that the reporting come in to us more frequently so that we're aware what is happening, with our budget, the income, revenue, and especially with the fire department overtime, because I think that has been brought up over and over and over. So I think if, and I'm not sure if the fire committee ever addresses the fire department budget during your meetings, because I believe this is the time to bring it forward each and every time, because then if they're aware, it comes to our level as well. And we're not getting the report, every 3 months or so. I prefer to be seeing these reports more often.
Okay.
And that's exactly what I had asked before we approved the 2-year budget.
Correct. This is the 17-18 kind of closeout, and it takes a little bit longer just because we're making sure everything's correct before our auditors come here. The other quarters are pretty easy to be roughly like 90 to 95% accurate. For the audit, we have to be pretty much perfect. So that's why we wait and make sure we get everything in before we do a final closeout. Because I don't want to give you one information and a closeout, and then auditors come and we find errors and changes. But the other quarterlies, we try to get those out to you quickly, and that would be for the 2018-2020 budget cycle.
Okay. All right.
Councilmember Lennar.
I know you sometimes have to wait for the sales tax amounts. That's 2 months. 2 months after you get it, it takes that while to work its way.
Correct. But for the quarterly part, we can estimate roughly what we're getting on those revenues. Because the expenditure part is pretty easy.
Yeah.
It's just the revenues and making sure we got all those accounted for.
Okay. Do we have any speaker cards?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Marty Richmond.
I'm sorry we're going so late. Really not doing this for reputation. I want to point out, Marty Richmond from Hollister.
Thank you.
I want to point out that, I tried as a citizen, the reason I want to wait for the election is I may not get elected, and I want to get my licks in on this. I tried as a citizen to help explain the fire department issue. Just for the record, they haven't endorsed me, so I'm not here on their behalf. I'm just telling you. You're staffed. Your fire department is staffed for $600,000 to $700,000 a year overtime. That's it. That's the answer. And if you say, well, why is that? It's because you have an MOU that you signed that specifies what the shifts are, and like everybody else, what the vacation is, and like everybody else, what the sick leave is, and like everybody else, they're entitled to time to recuperate if they get hurt on the job. It's a dangerous job. And when you pile all that together, the fact that it's a 24/7 operation with a lot of people on, okay? It's not like the sheriff's department here in the county that covers 130,000 acres with 2 people at night, okay? You don't have 2 people. You're staffed for that. So you say, well, I'm staffed for enough people to cover 24/7, 7 days a week. It's true. Except someone's on vacation, and someone's on sick, and someone's whatever, off on Family Leave Medical Act. You guys have heard of that?
Yeah.
It's a federal law. It's the federal law. People are allowed to go. You know, your wife's having a child, or God help, God forbid that you get somebody in your family with cancer or something, and you need to take off. And we don't have anybody to plug in. So everybody else automatically starts shifting over, and they start going on overtime. That's the way you're staffed. So that's why you see $600,000 to $700,000 in personnel overtime every year, unless you change one of those fundamental factors. And since you have a contract, you're not going to change it probably until the contract comes back. And I don't even know if you could change it then. You might as well get used to it, because that's what you're staffed to do. And I had asked the chief to come up here with all that data, and I remember specifically he did about 2 months ago. And he put it up, and nobody even said a word about it. He put it up on the board and showed how many people are on vacation, blah, blah, blah. So that's the reason. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have no more speakers, Mr. Mayor.
For speakers, okay. Councilmember Clark.
Yeah, just to be clear on what I said earlier about the fire department overtime, I remember distinctly having the conversation, and the question was asked, how much do you need? The answer was $600,000 to $700,000. I said, great, let's do it. Every year I've sat here, I've said, how much do you need? Great, let's do it. It comes back 20 to 25% higher, no matter what the number was. So that's the problem that I don't understand. So and when I ask the question about how many staff members you need, and it comes back and this is the number of people that are being proposed, I don't think I've ever voted against the fire department on anything that was proposed. So it's surprising to me when I come and I sit here, and I didn't even want to talk about this. I didn't even think about this today. But every time we come and sit and we look at that line item, it's always 20 to 25% higher than was said that was needed. So just chance in general, will bring it back under one time, or even near.
That was the first thing with supplies and other things. It wasn't just personnel.
Thank you, sir. As I said earlier, this is a long conversation. There's a lot of factors, as you're pointing out, and there's issues we just need to address head on and be honest about it, because we cannot continue down this path. We should know what those numbers should be and be within range. This has gotten out of control, and there's really no excuse for it any longer. As Councilmember Clower pointed out, the question was asked about the numbers. They were increased, but all that happened was numbers increased even more. So all we did was add fuel to the fire, pardon the pun. It's a long conversation, and it should be had with the new council, because they're the ones that are going to be deciding this, or they should be deciding the path they want to go down. Because if we don't make the right decision, the council doesn't make the right decision, they're going to carry that burden for a long time. And we all know what has happened in the past by making a decision that was not beneficial financially to the city. And it will eventually eat the city alive. So it can't continue. So it's, again, a conversation I believe the new council should be having, so they have direct input to it. As far as the other direction, were we clear on it, or?
Yeah, the other direction is clear, and then I just ask that you adopt the resolution for the supplemental appropriation closeout 1718.
Okay. Is there a motion?
Move to approve resolution number 2018-258.
Okay.
Second.
Motion is second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Everybody all right, or does anybody need a break?
If I may make a request, I mean, whether we take a break or not is not what I'm requesting, but we do have a member of, we have Richard Gooch from Technova, and he's actually item G, whatever. I stink after 10 o'clock, I'll be honest.
I think we're almost there. We're going to move.
So we can move him up to wherever we are right now before our report.
I'm fine with that.
Okay, cool.
Council's fine with
Thank
that?
you.
No, come on up.
I'm not going to make it much longer.
Do you need a
I'll
break?
be better next meeting. I'm just really sick. I'll be better next meeting.
There's a presentation. Do I have 3 minutes or do I?
No, you only
No,
have
no.
2 minutes. Go.
No, seriously. Is there a time limit? Or I'm not going to speak endlessly
You
at
lose
this
a minute
hour.
after
You're
9
making a
o'clock. Here we are.
presentation.
Okay. All right.
But hurry up.
I understand and welcome, Carol. I thank you for hearing me, Mr. Mayor and council members and staff and the few people in the audience who are remaining. My name is Richard Gouge. About a year ago, I helped to form the independent committee for San Benito County job growth. And we had hoped to move a little bit faster on this, but I learned a few months later that it's incompatible to raise your first son and really move an independent committee forward as fast as you'd like. So I focused on my son for a little while, and the committee has reconstituted and is moving forward more rapidly again. And I'm here to present some preliminary findings. Let's see if I can figure out which buttons to press to move forward here.
Oh, I turned it off. Oh, sorry.
Next slide.
I turned it off.
Okay, that's the one. There we go. I don't know which button did you press. Okay. Quick overview. The Independent Committee for San Benito Job Growth develops and supports initiatives that create new jobs benefiting local citizens, families, and the community. The committee has developed a preliminary plan for action to encourage and jumpstart job growth. And I emphasize this is a preliminary plan. We're going to spend the next couple of months getting to a final plan to present. The committee structure. All members of the committee act and speak as independent citizens. And even in my introduction, I was introduced as the CFO of Technova, which I am, but that is completely separate from my activity on this committee. The committee is affiliated with many local government and non-government organizations and institutions, but there is no formal representation of these agencies. The committee is open to the public, new ideas, and new members. The benefits, now to get to the meat of it, the benefits of increasing job growth: higher local wages, reduced commuter traffic, increased government budgets and services, happier families and communities. I think that these are all proposals that most members, hopefully all members of the council and most members of the community can get behind. Let's look at some of the impacts. The committee has developed a pretty sophisticated financial model for the impact of job growth in San Benito County. There's still some more work to do, and we welcome input, especially from government agencies, to make sure that we're using the right numbers and our projections are accurate. Jobs in San Benito County. These numbers come from sources such as the Bureau of Labor Statistics and other federal and state and local sources, including the Hollister City budget. Currently, job growth in San Benito County is averaging about 1% per year. As the council is well aware, residential growth is somewhere around 3% per year. So you can immediately see a disconnect there. The number of local jobs in San Benito County is approximately 25,000. At the current rate of growth, you can see from the red line where that goes over the next 10 years, up to maybe 27,000, something like that. If job growth matches residential growth at 3%, you can see very distinctly growth up above 30,000. I think the number gets to about 33,000, 34,000 jobs over the next 10-year period. And if job growth is jump-started to 6% annually, you see a very rapid increase from 25,000 up to 45,000, almost 45,000 local jobs in San Benito County. 6% is not unattainable. 1% is completely unacceptable. Commuters, please notice that the colors on the slides are inverted in this chart because that's where the numbers lead you. Commuters, if we have 1% job growth, the number of commuters increases from 15,000 to about 25,000 over the next decade. I'm sure you can all imagine what the roadways look like in that scenario. If job growth increases, and this is keeping all other assumptions consistent, if job growth increases 3% per year over the next decade, you still see commuter traffic increasing pretty rapidly, but it goes from 15,000 to about 21,000 or so. And finally, if job growth increases 6% per year, the commuter traffic does begin to increase initially, but then actually begins falling back down. And even in that scenario, the number of commuters on the road 10 years from now is still slightly higher than it is today, but it looks a lot more like a flat line. And so job growth is actually the solution, or certainly one of the solutions to the roadway problems. Local government budgets. Now, I took data from the city of Hollister and the county, and I just took the total budgetary figures. I intend to add in San Juan Bautista, and if there are other significant budgets to add in, I'll put those in as well. But just taking Hollister and the county, the total budget is, I think it was about $265 million in all funds. And the money, remember, the money, of course, you know better than I do. The money comes in because of the people and the businesses here and the various taxes and fees and et cetera. And the value of a worker in San Benito County is actually higher than the value of a simple resident because of all the taxes that are created through the businesses and through the money staying in the community with the people staying here more hours of the day. With 1% job growth, you can continue to see good growth in governmental budgets over the next 10 years, maybe to as high as $450 million. With 3% job growth, you see an increase in that because the local jobs create more revenue, and you'll get another perhaps $50 million added to the budget in that scenario. And with 6% job growth, you see a dramatic increase with budgets reaching upward of perhaps $650 million over the next 10 years. So again, job growth is a catalyst to government budgetary issues, to providing more and better and newer services. And in fact, it's a beneficial cycle because, of course, government jobs represent a lot of the jobs in the area. And so more industrial jobs and other types of jobs coming to the community creates more government jobs as well. I apologize for the small type here. It sure looked bigger on my computer sitting right in front of me. The preliminary recommendations, and again, I emphasize these are the preliminary recommendations that we'll continue working on over the next several months. First is to create shared growth objectives and a common voice amongst local agencies. One of the distinct issues that I've seen in the community is that you hear a lot of discussion and debate about growth initiatives, and there isn't a common theme that the various governments and non-government agencies get together on and share as common goals and objectives. And that leads to the second, which is perhaps the most important of the recommendations, is to think about growth as bifurcated growth objectives, and specifically bifurcate them, separate the residential growth idea from the business and job growth idea. There has been and continues to be, for good reason, a lot of good debate about community growth and residential growth here. And it seems that the objectives are right around 2.5%, 3% for residential growth, despite all of the debate on many sides of that topic. But I ask you and everybody else to think: is that Is that the objective for growth, or is that the objective for residential growth? And it's very important to think about that as the residential growth objective and to think separately about business growth and job growth objectives. That needs to be higher if this community is really going to grow and thrive. And we recommend at this point in time targeting a 6 to 10% annual job growth figure. There is a lot of reasons that businesses should want to come to San Benito County and to Hollister, and I don't see it happening. And I understand that I've only been watching for a couple of years, but the history doesn't augur well either. And the statistics of 1% job growth don't tell the story that I think this community, my sense is that this community wants. But unless you set these objectives and create a plan around these objectives, what will happen tomorrow is what happened yesterday. And we'll get more residents and more jobs, but not nearly as many more jobs as new residents. The third, hire and empower a marketing and intake director to spearhead job growth initiatives. You have to have your objectives, you have to have your common voice and plan. You have to think about job growth separately from residential growth, and you have to have somebody to spearhead it. So far, the particular agency that I've seen that's been trying to get behind this best, and there might be other places for this person, but the one that I've seen is the EDC trying to bring in a director. And my take on it is perhaps that person, unless there's a better idea, perhaps that person should have the specific plan and strategy and objective to be this marketing and intake director. I can tell you that marketing is a huge problem. I still spend about half of my time in San Francisco. And it's not just the folks that moved there a couple years ago. It's the people who were born and raised in San Francisco. When I say I work in Hollister, they say, where is that? Half of them, half the people there don't know where Hollister is. We're spitting distance from San Jose, from the center of the tech universe. Land here is 1/10 the cost of San Jose. And I have folks at my company who commute twice or more the distance from their homes in San Jose in half or 2/3 of the time that they would have up to Fremont. You know, this is a good community, close by, really good prices, and believe me, businesses that want to move think about the cost of building their businesses. The fourth, support and roll out the red carpet for new and relocating businesses. Again, that's so important for this marketing and intake director. Somebody needs to be here to hold people's hands. As a business owner, when you go to look, where am I going to move my business, or where am I going to build the next site for my business, you go to places that make it easy for you. You look at costs, you look at location, you look at so many things. But you know what? Every city, every community, every county is complicated. It's bureaucracy. It's a natural part of the system. It has to be there so we can regulate the way these things happen. But it shouldn't be that hard. And I'll tell you what, it is hard around here. I even heard a story of a businessman coming to the community. This was about a year and a half ago. He came down here thinking about moving his business here. He came to City Hall. He started learning about things. And then it got to a point where it's kind of beyond the scope of the city's objectives. And whoever he was speaking to said, you should go speak to the Chamber of Commerce. And he said, where is that? And they said, I don't know. It's just a couple blocks from here. But there's this communication gap. And everybody needs to work together, and there needs to be somebody to walk the folks through it. If they're going to bring business here and jobs here, you got to make it easy for them. And this, despite it being a smaller community, maybe with a little less red tape than the bigger ones, it's not easy. It's not any easier. And specifically, the red carpet should be rolled out for high-tech and biotech businesses. They're thriving so close to here, and they should be here, and Technova is a great example of that. Agricultural processing and agritech seems obvious. And industrial also seems really obvious. The fifth, improve city and county partnership to improve services and reduce costs. You've had successes here. You know, fire, animal control. There's more to do perhaps in those areas, but there's certainly more to do in a number of other areas. And there are cost savings to be found, and that will also cut down the bureaucracy, improve services, et cetera. And finally, invest in and support infrastructural improvements. Prop X for Gavilan, I think it's Prop G for the roadways. I think this community needs to get ahead of those things. I know that they're costly endeavors, but the community needs to get ahead of these things and move forward with them, because you can't just ignore them. That comes around as problems with water and sewer systems. Eventually, these things need to be taken care of before they become problems, or just get ahead of them to promote and create a better community and more services for these businesses. I want to thank you all for your time. I know I've given you a bit to think about. We want to we want to perfect the model. We want a lot of input from all of you, and we would really love to work with the City of Hollister, with all of you and all the elected officials now and through the next cycle to promote these growth objectives.
Thank you. Councilmember Clark.
Do you have an example of a city locally that has in the past or is now hitting the 6 to 10% job growth? Just so I have an idea of what that looks like in.
I'll find one for you.
Okay.
I don't off the top of my head.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, Council? Do we have any speaker cards?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to move to reports from City Council members. G1, other committees. Councilmember Lenore, I'm going to assume you didn't have any reports today.
I do.
Right. But you're going to have some next time.
Maybe.
Councilmember Clower?
The Intergovernmental Committee met, I believe, 2 Thursdays ago. The big item that was talked about there was Bonneview Road issue, on whether or not it would be improved in one way or another, or have some sort of blockage put up. It sounds like it's getting kicked around at the county a little bit. It may come back here, I'm not sure, but that's not nearly as resolved as I thought it was. I've also talked about this in the past. I think that there's a fundamental breakdown on the Intergovernmental Committee. You have certain members that have very little incentive to actually show up, and I don't blame them for that, because they don't have any items that really address their jurisdiction. And I think that it's going to continue to be an attendance issue and a quorum issue if the makeup of the committee isn't changed. I think the reason why it exists is a good reason, but it doesn't work for all of the members that are involved, and they definitely don't make it a priority to be at that meeting. I would say at least 50% of the time we are either lacking a quorum or waiting around so that we can call somebody who was supposed to come anyways to show up. And sometimes they actually show up, which is kind of weird, because you'd think that they would be there when the meeting was supposed to start. Like I said, I'm out of here in 6 weeks. That was my last meeting, so it's out of my hands. I think that the committee needs to exist. I just think that somebody should ask that the people who are put on that committee decide that it's going to be a priority in their role as an elected official and in their life in general, because you have people who are on that committee and people from the public who come to that committee meeting who show up and they could have been doing other things, whether it was with their family or in their business or going for a hike. But it's better than sitting around waiting to see if a quorum can be met.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Luna?
I don't have any committees meetings.
The only committee meeting I had is one that Councilmember Clower described in the fire committee. We just went over some of the statistics from the last few months. And Bill, you're also getting some information together for that committee.
I'm sorry, which one?
The fire committee?
Yeah.
So, okay, we're going to go to move to item G2, informational reports. Councilmember Lenore, you have any reports? Informational?
I'm glad to be here. No, I don't have any informational.
That's a good report.
Well, no, not the late meeting, but yeah. No, I don't have anything.
Okay. Councilmember Clower?
Halloween's coming up, which is an exciting time for those of us who have little ones, but it also means that you're going to have a bunch of little kids and teenagers walking and running around in dark costumes at night in some streets that are very poorly lit because of the trees that have been there for 100 years. So please, as we get closer to Halloween, just take it slow. Keep your eyes out for the little guys and girls. Thanks.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Luna?
Yes, I attended a celebration of life for Dennis Lalore, and I know that we adjourned in his memory last time. It was on Saturday, October 6th. It was at the Romas Grange Hall. It was standing room only. It was a very, very nice farewell celebration for Dennis. There was a lot of pictures that they were rolling on a video, and I was glad to see there was quite a few pictures of Hollister with Dennis in them, and so it was very nice. I do want to remind everybody that on October 22nd is the last day to register to vote, and there will be early voting at the elections department from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m., both on November 2nd and 4th. Early voting, so please go out there and register early and then vote on that day. I wanted to just bring up the fact that I don't know how many of you have seen it lately, but I've been seeing a lot of garage sales signs posted everywhere.
Yep.
And in fact, the other day we were at the street, at the lights right there on 4th and San Benito, and people actually had a garage sale sign posted on the lights, on the signal light. And, we just need to do something about that. I know that sometimes on the signs people just don't say the address, they just say B Street or whatever street. And so you really don't know. You've got to drive down there to see where it is. But, we tend to, I think we need to remind our residents that don't post those signs there. It's a distraction. People are looking at your sign instead of looking at the lights when they move on. I think it's a distraction. So, and Bill, I just want to direct this to you. Every year, people come back at us and talk about us that we have not done anything about the motorcycle rally, and yet here we are, October, and nothing has been brought up. So, is there any possibility just bring us back a report whether there's been any interest, there's been any promoters? I mean, we don't want people coming in at the last minute, the beginning of the year, and saying, you did nothing. Last year was the same thing. I brought this up in the September meeting. I went back to research what I had brought up, and there was nothing. And yet, it was March, and we were all over social media because we didn't do anything because we don't care. So I think if we could just, if you could just do some research and bring it back and let us know. There's no interest, there's no interest, But I'd like to hear something back possibly at the next meeting. Okay? Thank you.
Let's see. Is my microphone echoing too? Yeah, it is. I attended the ribbon cutting at the River Park opening the other day, and I know all of you were there, and actually it's kind of nice, and it's the gateway now to eventually opening the regional park in that area or a sports park, so I think there's a lot of good potential for that area. Bill, myself, and Brian met with some of the residents on Monterey Street there at the high school discussing the parking issue, the restriping, and we came up with an idea that works for the residents, and I appreciate Brian and Bill taking the time to get back out there and meet with the residents and also with the high school there. So came out with a good compromise, and I think people are happy with it, and we're going to be testing the reverse parking for the next month on the high school side only. The residential side will go back to parallel parking and striping on Thursday. Then we'll see how people are adjusting to the reverse parking, and if they adjust well, it will stay there, and the school is asked to give it time for people to adjust. So we're going to do that. We thank them again for taking the time. I had several business owners that are meeting now ask if they would like to put up lighting around the trees. They'd like to pay for it themselves, wrap the trees, and keep them lit up all year long. They feel it's very dark downtown. We've had this discussion many times, but they're willing to pay for it, and they're willing to put them up. And I said I would bring it to the council, and hopefully we can have that discussion and have that year-round. Yeah. Well, it's been a conversation. So if we could bring that forward.
Do you want that? Do you have a contact for me, or are they going to come?
I'll tell them to come visit, come see you.
Yeah.
Okay. Absolutely.
I like the lights on the tree. I love them. The issue is the electrical, and it's an ongoing thing.
Well, yeah, and they're willing to sponsor, but
no, not the money for the electrical. Having it stay lit. They short out.
Yeah.
They get way out.
Oh, I fixed many of them. Yeah,
Mike, this year, they don't all work this year. Don't put them on the tree.
They're
volunteer. They're going to plug them in, and nothing came on last year.
There is maintenance to it, absolutely.
So, Mr. Mayor, if you have a contact person and they want to come see me, certainly before Thursday at noon would be the best, because we usually try to get our items on the agenda for November 5th by that time. So
okay.
I hate to, it sounds exciting. I don't want to rush people, but that would be awesome for us.
Will do.
Thank you.
I'm sure they'll be happy.
I don't know if this is helpful, but there's
those ones too.
The San Benito Chamber is putting on a small business group meeting on October 22nd, 8 a.m. to 9 a.m. at, it doesn't actually have a location, but that might be someplace where they...
I'll have them come meet the city manager. So with that, city manager, do you have a report?
No, I think everybody's hit everything I needed to say.
City attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No report, no statement.
Chief.
Thank you, Councilman Clower, for mentioning Halloween. That is coming up. I also have the same concerns for little kids as well. So hopefully parents will be cognizant of that. It's very dark streets, all those things during that time. I believe this year it's on a Wednesday this year. And just one announcement, the 27th is the 28th annual Red Ribbon Run. Be downtown again, so it'll be a good time. It'll start out right at the Veterans Memorial Building, so it'll be a good time that morning, 8 o'clock in the morning.
Thank you. City Clerk.
I just wanted to do a little bit of announcements. Free Lights On Celebration Float and Parade Workshop is tomorrow, October 16th. You can contact the HDA for that. Also, they're doing their fall quarterly breakfast on Wednesday, October 24th at Payne's Restaurant. You can contact the HDA to RSVP for that. And then two more for the Chamber of Commerce, and that would be their business after hours, October 17th, 5:30 at Leal Vineyards. And also that they'll be doing the San Benito Chamber is going to be doing the Discovery Classic Bike event, which is October 20th. And you could contact the Chamber for more information on that as well.
Okay. We'll move on to item G3.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If it pleases the council, I'd like to continue this item until the November 5th meeting. We've made contact with the California Transportation Commission about the Active Transportation Program grant. We've posed a couple of questions to them, so we're hoping to get some response from them, and then depending on that, we'll be able to bring this back to you in the next couple of weeks. So if that's okay, I would like to continue it until November 5th.
Is that all right with the council? Sure. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, then we're going to move to item G6, the appointment of Councilmember Lenore to fill the vacancies from Councilmember Friend. And if you're all right with that.
Hey, that's a lot.
You're just going to swoosh
what
it
about
right
you're
across
going to
the
have
board?
some more council members
Welcome.
on
Wow.
January?
Welcome.
Yes, I did say I would step up, but this is a big.
This is the way we do it around here.
I'm the new guy, so.
Throw you right in there.
Of course, I'll do whatever you ask, but I think that's a tall order.
You're going to learn a lot.
It is.
Well, I know a lot about LAFCO already and stuff like
It is
that.
a very tall order.
But the alternate's not really an issue, right? I mean,
No.
that's when they need you.
Yeah. Okay. Is there
So,
a consensus?
Do you
Oh,
want
wait,
it?
so I am going to get all these?
Yeah.
Are you
Yes.
serious? Yeah?
Yes. It's only, they could change it in January.
Okay.
Yeah, and after
It'll be
January, you
balanced
can.
I don't mind helping out, but this is a lot. And Ray Friend did a lot. What's that?
There's only 13.
Oh, yeah, well, I'm trying. I am retired. Let's not forget.
Keep it up and you're going to get more.
So,
So there's a
council.
consensus, and Carol, you're okay.
Yeah.
3-1.
Yeah.
Well,
okay.
we redo it in January, so.
Okay, cool.
Okay. There's a consensus on that.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Is there a motion to
Dude,
adjourn?
you're helping.
Is there a motion? Is there a second?
Second.
Motion second, all in favor? Aye. Motion carries. Thank you, everyone, for staying out with us tonight.
That was a long one for my first week.
Well, no, we